NBC Sports and the United States Golf Association are proud to present a national championship. Today it's continuing coverage of the 66th United States Women's Open. And is this ever an endurance test, especially this week? 36 holes on this Sunday. We hope to get it in. And especially enduring since it's had numerous weather delays, which have totaled nearly 15 hours. We get you right out to the tee with Mika Miyazato at the 18th, finishing up. And again, Roger Maltby, she was the 36-hole leader at 5 under, plus 5 on her first 17 holes as she plays the most difficult hole of the week, the 18th.
And she's just hit a perfect tee shot here. That is absolutely wonderful.
And absolutely essential for success here to find the fairway.
Up at the green in the second to last group. It has also been a bit of a struggle down the stretch here for Ryan O'Toole, a rookie on the LPGA Tour. This for par, trying to avoid 4 straight bogeys, but a 75 it's going to be for O'Toole, who just a while back was one of the few players under par at 1 under. Still just 4 off the lead with 18 holes left. And back in that final group is IK Kim, who began the day at 3 under, and she's having a rough third round as well, plus 5 on her third round.
Well, the bottom line is this group, this final pairing here, has really let a lot of players back into this championship.
And for no particular reason, with the weather perfect and rain last night.
That's a perfect tee shot as well. Very nice.
Just maybe U.S. Open pressure, Dottie, I would think.
And a buildup from so many delays. I mean, we're where we should. We're a full day behind it, in essence, trying to play catch up.
Talk about pressure that built up on Ai Miyazato. We mentioned she was the #1 ranked player in the world last year before having some struggles. There's a look at Ai Miyazato's card. Plenty of bogeys, especially on the back 9, where she's picked up 4 to fall all the way back to even.
It's that slow, big backswing.
This is hooking up the left side. I think that'll be okay, though. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Getting some good roll out of it.
So everybody in good shape in the final group at 18. Over at the first, this is Kari Webb, just beginning her final round, plus 2, only 3 off the lead. Webb in hopes of picking up a 3rd Women's Open title.
Sounded good. Let's see what she's got on that one.
Last player to defend a championship, something that Paula Creamer's trying to do.
Now Se-Ri Pak.
Beautiful swing.
Struggled with the second shot here at the opening hole now twice today.
Se-Ri really struggled with her third round. Third round 77. And so she begins this final round plus 8 for the championship. But this is the American who has really made the move. Cristie Kerr just completed a third round 69 to propel herself into contention for yet another Women's Open.
And hardly surprising that Cristie Kerr has fought her way back. The Sunday red on, uphill shot, hold today back on the back right part of this green.
Jane, Cristie Kerr at one point in the third round was 7 shots off the lead after a bogey at the 5th. She was at plus 2. Picked up 3 birdies down the stretch of her third round.
Tough.
No wind at all to speak of right now.
Tough hole location to get out of the back right, though. A lot of balls in the middle of the green here.
Well, here we are at the Broadmoor, hoping to get the final 36 in. Some storm clouds looming a little bit, but maybe we'll get lucky. I think we're overdue for some pretty good weather to try to wind up this championship. Johnny, let's start with you. Very interesting golf course, and we've talked about it through the years, especially at Open Championships, about the way the leaderboard tends to bunch up. And on these greens, we've seen some great examples of that today.
Yeah, a couple things about the course in case you just tuning in. We're at 6,200 or 400 feet, and so you got to factor in about 10% ball going farther, especially in the afternoon. And then the rough's really tough. Ryegrass, a type of mix with bluegrass, and so the rough is really hard. And then the greens, I call them the Bermuda Triangle of reading. Very few players are reading the greens correctly, and that's one reason why the scoring is the way it is. So players have got a tough test, and the hole locations are by far the toughest today. So factoring in U.S. Open pressure, and with the tough conditions, it's going to be a heck of a day.
Dottie, lots of players in the mix. Certainly with the way the course is playing, we can see somebody come back from a pretty good distance. Yani Sen has been kind of under the radar, even though she is trying to become the youngest to ever complete the career Grand Slam with a Women's Open title, perhaps. She's inched her way up the leaderboard. She is now within 3 shots after getting off to a 2-under start in her first 5 holes in this final round.
Well, Dan, she got off to the start we've all been talking about. Got the kickstart she needed. She made a birdie at the drivable par 4 second. She made a birdie at the par 5 third, has now parred the 4th, and is off to the start that she needed. We could be seeing history today.
Could be, as we go back out to the 18th, and Ai Miyazato second.
It's 170 yards, hole cut in the front right portion of the screen.
The ball's like 4 inches below her feet.
And that was kind of hit thin and pulled.
Yeah, that's what I do on that lie a lot of times. Try to go down after it and pull it.
Up ahead to the 3rd, Hee Kyun So, co-leader at 1 under, just turned 25 years old. It is off to a good start, coming off a birdie at the 2nd. Trying to become the 5th player from South Korea to win this championship. As you look at the 36-hole leader, Mika Miyazato, and a look at her card. Lots of squares, lots of bogeys on it. As she did a free fall after shooting the round of the championship in her 2nd round with a 67.
Got to believe it was just pressure. The pressure in Japan for one of their players to win the United States Open is huge.
Yeah, no woman has ever won the U.S. Open. A player from Japan.
From 166, just a little left of the hole.
That could be good.
That
nice
may
shot.
catch the ridge and come back just a touch. Nope, stays above the hole.
You know, what she's got to keep telling herself is even though she's +5, she's 1 back.
That's exactly right. It's time to have your caddy chew in your ear a little bit and say, hey, you know, let's not worry where we are in this round. Let's move on to the big picture.
IK Kim is next.
And IK Kim now 158. A shot that plays gently uphill, not a lot, but there is some elevation change here.
Again, all these players have spent all day together. They just kept going. No repairing into the final round. Threesomes.
They'll have about 30 minutes between rounds.
Beautiful swing.
This drawing over to the left center of the green. Short.
Not bad, though. That's very makeable.
Over to the 1st and see if Cristie Kerr can keep this momentum going. Jane.
A big swinger from left to right, about 30-35 feet across the green. So hard to play that out high enough.
Kerr broke through for her Women's Open title at Pine Needles 4 years ago. Just getting by the runner-up Lorena Ochoa. She has burst up to the leaderboard in a tie at 1 under. Third shot for Ai Miyazato, who came up short.
Very straightforward little pitch shot. No big deal here. So I'm leaving under the hole. Sort of done that. Got at least right edge, outside right edge putt.
And up to the 3rd, Hee Kyun So for birdie in the outright lead at 2 under.
Super fast. It'll break left away from the hill at the end.
One thing, folks, notice how many putts are misread today. It's just these greens are almost impossible to read unless you live here or play here all the time.
And back to the 1st, Kari Webb looking at birdie. Quite a star-studded group here. Back over to 18 from just below is IK Kim. And she leaves that nicely below the hole as well. Chance for her to get in at +2. 3 off the lead.
One reason why the greens are so hard to read, folks, is we're coming right off of a mountain. The golf course is built right on the side of a mountain. So a lot of the greens that look like they're level really still have fall off the mountain. But you can't see it.
Out to the par 5 third, Jie Shin for eagle. Comes into this hole at +4, so quickly to +2. And how about the start for Jie Shin? Par, birdie, eagle.
That'll do it.
To get within 3. And back to 18. great scene. Fans have been incredible this week through all the delays.
You got two different looks here on this course. You got the Donald Ross holes 1 through 6, and then 16, 17, and 18, and then the middle holes are done by Robert Trent Jones Sr. So you have sort of different looks, but they seem to go together. What do you think?
I do. The Jones greens are a little more segmented, where the Ross greens have the typical roll-offs on the side, more back to front tilt in general.
This would be big for Mika to get in at 1 under after everything that's happened to her today.
Pretty big slinger.
Just touching it down the slope. Still, even with a +5 round of 76, he's going to be just 1 off the pace.
I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see but maybe 6 putts over 10 or 12 feet made today, all day. It's they're that tough to make.
So she goes 67-76 in the last 2 rounds. She'll try to turn it around in the final round right there in the hunt for this Women's Open. Back here at 18, Aya Miyazato, a chance to get in it even, Roger.
Played a pretty good chip, but the ball just trickled hard right as it lost speed. Now this pretty much straight uphill.
Another really fine putt, just it was soft and didn't break. It's just amazing.
Looked like for a while here it might finally drop in.
Yeah, I mean, that could have gone in.
She did get one similar to that to fall in round 2 to end, excuse me.
I mean, the Miyazatos from, Japan had a chance to really, one of them to have a heck of a lead, but both of them threw that great opportunity away.
Over at the 4th for Hee Kyung So. We mentioned just turned 25 on Friday. Tied for the lead at 1 under.
Beautiful swinger of the club, and I think is going to be there at the end of this championship.
We'll see. She got her first and only LPGA Tour victory last year at the Kia Classic, winning by going away 6 shots. Much different feeling here. Much tighter leaderboard in the biggest championship they played. Back at the Broadmoor, just a few miles southwest of downtown Colorado Springs. The yardage is the longest ever for a course in Women's Open history, but you have to keep in mind the altitude again makes it play not near as long as the 7,047. And they have been moving the teeing grounds around a little bit. You've got the second hole playing just 258 yards. And speaking of that hole, we go out to Gary Cope.
Well, thank you, Dan. The hole today just 258 yards, 251 yards to the front. And you see Christy Kerr not even using a driver.
The ideal play, there's a little opening about 10 yards wide, just to the right edge of the green. That's where she'll be aiming.
Got a good lie.
And this is starting to the right.
Yeah, that is her miss, thin and to the right.
It kind of came up and out of that one a little bit, Dottie.
Leaves an awkward little pitch from there. In fact, I've seen several players have to land the ball short of the green. It is so much downhill. Good full turn that Christy always seems to make, but just seems to come up and out of it, didn't she, Dottie?
If you're looking at your her belt buckle, you could see a real big rise
with the upper body. Back to 1.
And Hee Kyung, actually So-Yoon Yu for birdie in the outright lead. Earlier we mentioned that this was her first U.S. Women's Open. In fact, it is her second. Some of the stats and information we got contrasting to that. So, again, just a newcomer to this Women's Open Championship scene. Back to 2.
Kari Webb on the tee with a driver.
Well, it's a tough hole location, just 7 paces on and 6 from the left.
Seems like that would be plenty of club.
Oh, it was.
Hit the bank and came back into the bunker, I believe.
That's not a bad spot, though, is it?
No, I don't think so.
I would think
Sorry,
that's
Gary.
a good leave, Gary.
Head to 4.
You wouldn't want to be short of that bunker.
Just a little 155-yard par 3, and Jie Shen, who has been a part of that revolving door at number 1's, Dottie, and she was figured to be the next great, and lasting player out here, although Yanni Sen has taken that honor from her.
Well, GA became #1 when Lorena Ochoa retired last May and was there for a bit. I mean, I felt a ton of pressure. And I don't think the off-season teacher change and swing changes that she has made have all settled in very well.
Get to #1 and then change everything, huh?
Well, it's changed caddies, and that wasn't really wasn't all that planned. Her other caddy went home to be with his ill mother. But the teacher change, I'm just not quite convinced of yet.
Off to an incredible start. 4th ranked player in the world and still just 23 years old. And a big part of this South Korean invasion here on the LPGA Tour, although a Korean has not won in 2011.
It doesn't break the first half, but it starts breaking the left on the second half.
So GA will stay at +2. Won the Women's British Open back in 2008 for her only major, but really racked up a lot of wins in a short period of time. 8-time winner on the LPGA Tour already.
Yeah, in fact, 3 of them came as a non-member.
Over at the par 5 third, Amy Yang has an eagle look.
Amy spent a lot of her youth in Australia. Her family moved her down there to help work on her golf game. Now she lives in the Orlando area.
See the fall lines towards that yellow stake, so it's going to be a slice putt, even though the mountain's right behind her.
Wow. Amy Yang making a move over to 4. It's so for birdie, outright lead.
She hit a number of good putts in the 3rd round. Probably read the greens as well as anyone did.
And back to 12.
And here at the par 3, Maria Hjort has a chance for a birdie 2. Hjort, a big part of the story through round 1, was right around the lead, but has struggled since then. What a nice 2 there. We'll move over to the 2nd, short par 4. Christy Kerr trying to take a look at what she has left. And Jane, it is an awkward little shot.
It certainly is. The lie is not too bad. It is in that thick ryegrass, but it is going, the grass blades are going down grain, so that is a plus. It is all downhill, away from the mountain. And as you can see where she's walking right now, quite a bit of a rise. So very awkward little shot.
Well, I've seen 2 or 3 players play from around this position earlier today, and one was unfortunately chipped the ball all the way across the green into the rough on the other side. One has left it well short. One got it somewhere near the hole. So a little bit of everything so far from over this area.
Well, a number of ways to play it. She could just take a running approach and just try and land it short, or appears as though she does have a lob wedge and is going for the high route. Probably needs to just land it barely on the green, I would say, Gary.
Seems like she's set up a long way from the golf ball.
That's a pretty darn good effort. Needs to settle.
That's the problem.
Well, it may start to roll back again.
Well, great job by the USGA. Set up the hole very short, chance to drive it, but very awkward little hole location as we go back to number 1.
A little wardrobe change for Paula Creamer.
Of course, Dan.
Pink
Just
Panther.
enough time to change and grab a little bite to eat and hit a few putts.
Well, you got to go with the Pink Panther look. Come on.
Yep, she was in orange in the earlier portion of the day, the 3rd round, and comes up short right at the get-go. But Creamer trying to defend the championship, beginning her final round, just 3 off the lead. And we'll keep it right here for Wendy Ward, who had a tough finish. Double bogey the 18th.
Yeah, that 18th has gotten her number. She's doubled it twice and bogeyed it the first day. 170 yards.
That looked like a double cross, was it?
It sure was. A low pull.
Oh man, that was a high fade that went a low hook. That doesn't work.
Well, we have led the country in radar looks this week during our coverage of this Women's Open Championship, and off into the distance west of us. We're just below the D there in the Colorado Springs. We've got some activity out there. Hopefully it'll stay away. We've had enough delays already. Angela Stanford now is set to go, beginning at 1 under.
Started things off nicely down with a very good drive, long and straight, right down the middle. 165 yards, plays 10 yards uphill.
She's got a cut. This would be the good time to hit it.
That one's not cutting. But it's a good shot. Straight at it, huh? That's a good call. That's a hard hole location.
Just 4 players under par, including Stanford. They're just 1 under, as we hope the weather doesn't come our way.
Welcome back at the second. Christy Kerr with a chance for a birdie. This would move her to 2 under par, would take the outright lead. But it will move to her right.
I think she's licking her chops right now, though, in the championship.
Well, you know, you have to give her a lot of credit. She has really fought back hard. Remember the triple bogey 10 or 7 that she made at 10 in the second round.
Well, the weather has been a factor every single day here. The first day was the real killer when play was stopped at 12:47 and never resumed. In all, a total of 14 hours and 52 minutes of weather delays.
Even the last practice round Wednesday, everyone got pulled off the golf course. So they got started in this pattern real early.
There they are, in case you're keeping track. So a total of 4 weather delays. Play resuming at 6:42 a.m. today. So a long week. Every day the golfers have come back to the golf course after playing and hanging around at least until dark. See if they could get any more playing. But long week, Gary. Whoever wins this is going to earn it.
Well, they certainly have. I mean, Paula Creamer was asked about the golf course in this situation. She said it's exhausting. I think that's a pretty good description. Kerr for a par now at 2. So safely in. She'll remain at 1 under par and tied for the lead. We go back to the first.
Paula Creamer from the bunker, Kay.
She's down in that deep bunker that fronts the right part of this green. Only about 7 paces of green to work with.
Sounded good.
Left it on the proper side of the hole. Well done.
Up to 2.
Where Kari Webb has this left for a birdie. Played a very nice shot out of the front left greenside bunker. And nicely done. So takes advantage of the short par 4. She moves to +1 for the championship. Just a couple shots off the lead.
And at the 5th, Hee Kyung So with her second. 426-yard par 4.
Remember in '95, Annika was 5 back after 3 rounds and won this championship to ignite her career.
Third shot, par 5 third for So Yun Yu.
A little unlucky there.
And that's coming back. Finished tied for 25th in that only other U.S. Women's Open appearance you did. And back to the first, Angela Stanford.
And for a very rare birdie on this first hole.
And only about 12 feet away. Johnny, however, slick and moving left to right.
Well, she really fought her way through her third round. She only hit 11 greens, 10 fairways.
Playing a lot of break. It might be good. Looks good.
Got to go.
Oh, had the right line.
She knew it.
Pretty good rule of thumb is the older you get on tour, the more you leave short.
Stanford came very close to this title back in 2003 at Pumpkin Ridge. Up ahead at the 7th, Nina Lee with this birdie look.
She got off to a beautiful start in round 3. Couldn't really keep up the pace.
That was well struck. Very crisp, tidy stroke.
Nina Lee +5 for the championship, even so far in this final round. Again, the lead was as much as 5 under in this championship before that final group really came back to the pack. And Christy Kerr and Angela Stanford, Hee Kyung So, and So Yun Yu now all tied for the lead. Over at the first, this is Wendy Ward for par.
Not a hard putt, really. It's the kind of putt you should make.
That was a moment ago. Ward quickly slipping to +4, 5 back. And so now we're live with Paula Creamer trying to get it up and down. This would be a calming way to start if you're able to save par here, Kay.
And particularly since she did not finish that 3rd round very well, making 2 bogeys in the last 5 holes. Dangles that left arm and just takes practice strokes with the right hand.
Yeah, the left hand for her is really on just for the ride.
So it's going to be a bogey start for Creamer.
That was an easy putt, too, just right up the hill. It's the kind you're supposed to make because the other ones are really hard.
Up ahead to the second.
So Yun Yu on the tee here at the short par 4 with a driver.
That's a little draw. Did she keep it right?
I don't know, Johnny. Well, it's going to get up in that greenside bunker, and that's not bad. We saw Kari Webb get it up and down from there. Well, we're into the final round of the 66th playing of the United States Women's Open Championship. Right now, 4 tied for the lead. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Out to the 5th for Hee Kyung So in this birdie attempt. Hee Kyung was actually an elite swimmer from an early age 4 through 9, but had to quit that sport because she developed a sinus infection, and she was virtually unknown on the Korean LPGA Tour until that first win in 2008. And took a month break in the summer and actually trained with GA Shin in the summer of 2008. She credits GA with starting her strength in the mental part of the game.
She got her 1 win last year at the Kia Classic. Won by 6 shots, though. Ran away with it.
One of a quality field at La Costa, absolutely.
Big swinger here.
Didn't take her LPGA membership as a result of that win, though, until this year. Honored her commitments back home on her home tour.
Over at the 7th, check in with Yanni Sen for birdie.
This could get her within 2 shots of the lead.
She just has not felt good on the greens this week. Had she made some putts, she'd be right there leading.
If she were to win this week, she would have won with her C- game.
Over at the 4th, just 155-yard par 3, NB Park, 2 back.
Really great hole location here. That was a 9-iron. She's got it under the hole, putting up back toward the mountains, and a chance to make a good 2.
And back over at the par 5 third, Christy Kerr seems to have a good enough spot to go for it in 2, Jane.
Yeah, she has 218 to carry the water in the front, 236 to the front of the green. And with the rarefied air, I think she has enough firepower to get it to the front of the green. She's going to have to hit it well, though.
Tee box has moved up about 35 yards, hoping that this is what would happen.
This is hit thin.
This is a total miss hit. came up out of it. That's when she rises up at impact on a downhill slope. That's a no-no.
Got a
Johnny,
little.
I'm really surprised at that decision.
Well, on a downslope, if anything, you want to dip down into it like Paula Creamer. You don't want to raise up.
To 2.
Yu playing her bunker shot. Very straightforward here. Just lob it out of the bunker onto the green. Carried it maybe a little farther than she wanted, but that was just a moment ago. And now live for her birdie attempt. The young lady finished 4th on the Korean LPGA Tour money list last year, and that's what got her into this U.S. Women's Open.
Played at the Kraft Nabisco. Gary never broke par. Lowest round was even par.
Yeah, she's won 7 times on the Korean LPGA Tour. Unique practice motion there, holding the right arm, trying to hold it back. Don't let it get too much outside. Quick putt here, not much break. Nice. So Yoon Yu finds herself atop the leaderboard of the U.S. Women's Open. The lead is just 1. There are a host of players right near the top, and we'll be back with more after this. Welcome back. Angela Stanford on the second tee. Driver in hand. Again, just 258 yards, slightly uphill.
Going with the high one.
Well, she's worked on getting her ball flight higher, and it could really pay off here.
Now, will it chase? No, it hits that little ridge about 5 yards short of the green. As we go ahead to 3.
And a third for Kari Webb at this beautiful par 5.
Sounded good.
It is good. Webb has a great look at 2 birdies in a row to get to even within a couple. Back at the par 4 5th. So for par. So she stays a 1 under 1 back. And we go to the first, and a third shot for Ryan O'Toole, just getting her final round going.
Really stumbled finishing round 3.
All those bogeys at the end, huh? 4 of them?
4 of them.
That hurts. I really thought she might hang in there till the end, and she still might. She might make a comeback.
Yeah, O'Toole made 4 straight bogeys to end that third round. And back over to Kerr after finding the water. Now coming over with her 4th, Jane.
He's dropped it from the yellow hazard in a vertical line straight back in the line of the flag. 91 yards now left of the flag.
You like this versus, because now you got to play for spin versus down closer. You could one hop it in there, stop it.
Yeah, I didn't really like the decision off the downslope to go for it at this point in the proceedings. She's so good with these short wedges.
I'm talking about she could have dropped it way closer to the green and just hit a little flopper in there, a little soft wedge. Nothing wrong with this though.
Well, she's pretty good with these too, John.
It's just a spin, but looks like it's okay, and
Chance to save par. It will be a right to left putt up against the mountain. She is the ultimate grinder.
And grinding away is Yanni Sen over at the par 3 8th. Within 4 of the lead.
Sounded a little different, but maybe
Another
just
good shot there.
that'll fall down.
Come down the hill. You bet it will.
That's going
It's
to be
going to
real
get
good.
nice and tight.
She's got to start making some of these putts this length, though, if she wants to win.
Look at this one, keeps drifting.
Wow.
This has turned into not such a good break now.
Well, it is right up the hill, though.
Out of the 4th in the park for birdie.
This little hole really holds its own, doesn't it?
It does. And this whole location is so deceptive.
Playing on the other side of the course is Morgan Pressel. This for birdie at the par 5 17th. As they go off both tees in threesomes, and Pressel's got it. As she gets it to +5. Pressel's coming so close in that 2005 U.S. Women's Open Championship at Cherry Hills. Paula Creamer at the second.
Getting ready with her second shot, Kay.
Gary, she has a short-term memory in a good way, and she's going to need to lean on that and forget the mistakes she's made in the last hour and a half. Little pitch shot here, needs to land short and right of the flag.
Got it to spin very nicely. That's a good leave. Little right to left breaking putt. And Stanford will be taking a look as to where she wants to try to land the ball as well. Good lesson for the folks at home, I think, Johnny. So many times they're focused on the actual target being the hole.
Sure.
When you know, these short shots around the greens, you really want to focus on where you want the ball to land and then how it's going to react from there.
She has a nice little upslope to pitch in and come in a little softer, but you really want to birdie that second. I mean, you know, you figure you should birdie 2 and 3, don't you think?
Well, we've touched on it.
With the tee up.
Absolutely. You need to get off to a good start. The early holes are the birdie holes, especially on the front 9. The 9th hole was playing easy in the 3rd round with the tees way up, but the tees are back today.
Yeah, 2, 3, 8, and 9 are your birdie holes on the front, I would say.
This is a very straightforward shot. Like you said, uphill lie ought to help her loft it a little bit, get good amount of spin. It's just a matter of hitting her spot where she imagines what she wants to land it and seeing the release from there.
It sounded a little thin.
Well, did you see her left hand collapse?
Yeah, that
she
was
got
not
real flippy.
well struck. Came out, I'm sure, lower than she anticipated, and certainly with less spin. Ahead to 3.
And see if Christy Kerr can get it up and down after finding the water here for par. That's why Christy Kerr has already won 1 Women's Open and is still right there in a bid for her second. Up at the 6th.
Hee Young So with her second shot. Little left hole location here today at 6, and everything about the green wants to funnel the ball in that direction. Oh, she plays a beauty right at it and leaves it underneath the hole, so great birdie opportunity there. We go back to 3.
And a good opportunity for Kari Webb, gets it to even within 2. So the 2-time champion in 2000 and 2001 is right there. And over to the second.
Where Angela Stanford, Kay, I'm sure has a much longer putt than what she anticipated.
And Gary, we alluded to the close call back at Pumpkin Ridge in 2003. Remember that Monday finish, a playoff? Hillary Lunke, Kelly Robbins was also a part of it, along with Angela Stanford. Lunke had a 1-shot lead as they played the final hole, the 18th, in that playoff on Monday. And Stanford, at the time, thinking she did what she needed to do to continue to have a chance at winning the Open. But what does Lunke do? Answers with a birdie of her own to come out of nowhere and snatch it away from Angela Stanford. And one of the most thrilling finishes we have ever seen in this championship's history. Back to 2 for Stanford.
Putt that she just never had far enough to the left, so a very disappointing par.
By the way, Angela was 4 back with 8 holes to go in that playoff before just succumbing at the end to Lunke. Par 5 thirds, second shot for So-Yun Yu.
Very interesting to see how she handles the second part of this day. She said after day 2 she really struggled with her concentration as the day got longer and longer and she played more holes.
And back to the second.
And Paula Creamer with, okay, you'd have to say a putt she really needs to make.
She
Must
does.
get some momentum going.
And to quickly negate the bogey at the first. Hit quite a few of these little 3 to 5 footers on the practice putting green that's near the first tee. Oh, goodness.
Ahead 8.
Yanni Sen for birdie back up the hill.
Super slow putt right up the valley.
There's another one of her misreads. She's been doing it all week long. Misread it by 10 inches.
And on the tee at the par 3/4, just 155. Kari Webb.
Not much room behind it, going with a little Grip 8 iron.
You want to miss it long left or right?
Well, this is going right at it, Johnny.
Safe shot. Just where you probably should hit it on Sunday at U.S. Women's Open when you're in contention.
You get a club that flies you all the way back there, you've made a tactical mistake.
Over at the first, this is the final group. IK Kim at +2. Roger Maltby's with this group.
And a lengthy birdie attempt across much of the expanse of this green. Got to be a good 45 feet. Should be turning a little bit to her right, I would think.
So we'll see what's in store for Kim after the third round. 76.
Seen most long putts this week come up short.
And she is putting back up toward the mountain. It should be a little on the slow side.
That's good pace. Perfect pace.
That's a nice putt.
That's a nice steady way to start the final round. That was not so when she bogeyed the first this morning.
That should keep her at +2. 4 back and up at the fourth. Christy Kerr coming off a nice save at the par 5.
It appears, Jane, to be taking dead aim from the left half of the tee box.
Yeah, certainly this is a green light opportunity, although, as Johnny said, you don't want to land it all the way back at the flag because it does drop off so quickly. This is a 9-iron. No breeze at all right now. Very, very still.
Golf ball does not move much. Christy Kerr.
And she has pulled this. This is going to the center of the green and turning.
Stop.
Back at the first, Ai Miyazato for birdie.
Putting away from the mountain here.
Yes. Ai Miyazato quickly moving it to even par. Within 2. 1 point had the lead by herself in the third round. There she is, moving into a tie with Mika Miyazato. And at the second,
Ryan O'Toole on the tee with a 3-wood. If you've watched any of her coverage so far this week, you know this young lady can really smack it. And she carries that 3-wood right onto the front of the green.
Yeah, she's way longer than anyone else in the field that's in contending for the title.
So she'll have a putt for an eagle too, but it's a lengthy one. Back to 1.
and Mika Miyazato, the 36-hole leader. Roger, this for par.
This for par. Really, literally half-topped her second shot from the fairway and scooted up and just caught the fringe of rough on the right-hand side, or it rolled back well away from the green, but played a little pitch to this point. This left for par.
Roger sensing nerves, fatigue, anything?
Maybe a little fatigue. You know, the hardest thing is for these players is they've just got to forget round 3 and get a fresh start and recalibrate the brain.
Nice save.
Good save. Good four.
So both Miyazatos back at even par with the birdie by Ai and the nice par save by Mika. They're just 2 back. And up to the par 5 third. It is you just off the edge of the green for eagle. This is a 21-year-old Dottie who's torn between the LPGA and the KLPGA, the Korean Ladies Professional Golf Association. You can see she turned pro back in 2007 and has already racked up 7 wins on the KLPGA, but she's a junior at Yonsei University in Korea. It's one of the top academic universities in Korea. So she's really into school, really into getting her degree, and isn't quite ready to make the move over here to the United States full time.
This is Yoon Hee Ji for her birdie, and Dan, that's not that odd for a lot of the players, the Korean players, to try to pursue a little schooling at home. Often they can do it online and still be able to play professional golf.
But that is ultimately the goal for pretty much all of them, to come over here and play on this tour.
That's a lot of wins by 21, though. That's some solid. That was a good putt there.
Yoon Hee Ji, the winner in dramatic fashion at Saucon Valley in 2009 with a nice little birdie capper.
A 25-footer at the last to win. It's kind of one of those chill moments.
Yep. So now, here's Yu.
Very makeable eagle here. Should go right, though, towards the water.
I think it would have to go right. Key is how it comes out of this fringe area. Came out pretty well.
Oh, did that come close? It's going to be a birdie for her, though. And 21-year-old So Yun Yu has a 2-shot lead in just her second Women's Open. Trying to become yet another Korean to win this championship. At the 4th, Christy Kerr for birdie.
There's one of those long putts we talked about coming up short, and sometimes way short, some of the players, which is unusual for Christy Kerr. She's such a good putter.
To the 6th.
Young So for her birdie to get within 1 of you. Yes. Young lady playing in her 3rd U.S. Women's Open has made the cut each of the first 2 times, but her best finish previous to this week, a tie for 48th. Now it's beautiful mountain stream right near here at the Broadmoor. We'll be right back.
Back at the Broadmoor, and its 7th USGA championship. The first one back in 1959 when 19-year-old Jack Nicklaus won his first amateur. Christy Kerr for par. Another good save for her. By the way, Kari Webb missed her birdie putt, but Kerr stays at 1 under.
Clutch putts at 3 and 4. Time to make it a little easier on yourself, though.
Only one of the 3 players in the field without a 3-putt. Nothing new that for her. You know, she's such a great putter.
Up at the 2nd.
Ryan O'Toole with her putt for a 2 here at the par 4. This one's got a big swing to the right. I don't think that's anywhere near high enough. Johnny, the problem is when you miss it low, it tends to really run away from the hole.
Yeah, it does. Well, she's so aggressive with her whole game, and she hits a lot of putts past the hole.
Great part of the country here in Colorado Springs. There is Cheyenne Mountain in the background, and the Broadmoor opening up back in 1918.
Look at the common denominator, though. Damn, tons of people in the galleries here.
Great attractions here. Garden of the Gods, a 1,300-acre national landmark featuring some incredible sandstone formations here. You got the Air Force Academy. Highest zoo, Cheyenne Mountain Zoo, is at 6,800 feet above sea level. And back down on the ground here, we've got Yanni Sen in her 2nd at the 9th, Gary.
Well, 535 yards, the hole playing at its full length, but Yanni has obviously hit a very good tee shot, so going for the green in 2.
Front right hole location.
Yeah, it's in a bowl.
You
There's
bet.
a lot of ways to get it close. A lot of slopes to help you.
Didn't quite crawl high enough.
I think it's going to stay right up on top. But a chance for an eagle. Back to 3.
And Angela Stanford with her 3rd to this par 5.
Must make a birdie on one of these 2 holes. Failed to do so at the 2nd. Little gap wedge.
Remember, she overspun a couple of these in the 3rd round.
That was just about the right spin there, Dottie.
Much better.
Just about went off that false front edge of Donald
It had
Ross's.
ideas.
Yeah, it was very close to going off.
Over at the 4th, I mentioned Kari missed her birdie putt, so this to stay at even. So Kerr at 1 under. Webb, a 2-time champion, at even. 3 back. Back to 2.
Ryan O'Toole for her birdie. All right, confident stroke, rams it right into the back of the hole. So she'll pick up 1 and move to +2. Over to 4.
So Yun Yu is next to play at this par 3 4th.
Remember the impact that this hole had on the 1995 championship. Meg Mallon came to this hole leading and made a triple.
Yep, came on down into the water.
Wonder how many times she thinks about that at night.
Meg been retired for just about 1 year now. Retired the week before the Women's Open at Oakmont.
Well, Meg did win at the Orchards in 04, so, you know, it's not like she never won the Open like a Sam Snead or something.
He was a great
She
Women's
won a
Open
couple.
Players,
Yeah.
2-time champion. Look at the greens in regulation there for you.
8 iron.
High draw. Real high.
Needs to sit. It's going to get real thick down there quickly.
Oh,
Right up against the cuff.
thought it might hang up. You know, it's such a high shot, but the draw got her. Well, I've seen worse lies.
And at the par 5 third, the third for Creamer, who now is 6 shots off the lead. Chance to get closer there.
If I was caddying for it, I'd say forget the putting routine, just knock it in like you're 12.
Back to 2.
Ai Miyazato on the tee. Dottie, solid when you think she has the length to get there?
Yes, I think it's just about the right fit, actually.
Look at how far she stands from it.
Well, look how long the driver is.
Look at that.
Yeah, looks like it started
Left.
a little left. Yeah.
Needs to get in the bunker.
Yeah, if it stays short of that
Oh,
bunker,
my.
and it does, that's going to leave a very awkward shot as we go to 7.
And Hee Kyun So, who was called back in her home country of Korea the supermodel of the fairways. That's because she's always got the latest in clothing. In fact, has her own clothing line, designs her own clothes. And I'm told that they're so popular, the minute they hit the stores in Korea, they sell out.
I do like the top.
I think the line will get even more popular if she's able to pull this off.
She has a powerful swing. That might be going right, though. Oh, she was playing a cut.
She lives just outside of Los Angeles in Temecula, California, born in Seoul, South Korea, and again just turned 25 years old on Friday. Her fellow countrywoman, So Yun Yu, has the lead by 1 though right now, 3 under in the United States Women's Open.
Welcome back at the 9th. Yanni Sen with a lengthy putt for Eagle 3. You can see how much downhill this is. Just got the ball started. Will it roll out?
Yeah.
Will it?
That has been the story of the week for her.
So a birdie there is going to move her to +1, 3 under par on the opening 9. So if she could somehow keep that momentum going.
Post a number early.
Yeah, she's far enough ahead.
Let's look at the hole location at the 426-yard par 4 fifth. Christy Kerr getting set, Jane.
And 164 to the front. Hole is on 24 in the back left corner of this green. So a total of 190. Playing a good 7 yards uphill.
What a couple of nice putts in the last 2 holes for Kerr to stay at 1 under.
Nice high
clutch.
draw would be good, but it sounded thin.
And she's come up and out of it again, Johnny.
Yep, that is totally her miss.
To the 4th. We've got So Yun Yu from the rough coming back up toward the hole.
awkward little lie, and she's not done well with it. She's left herself a lot for par.
Kind of what you would have thought would happen from there, Roger.
Yeah, thick grass behind the ball right up against the cut, and just didn't get enough of the ball to get the momentum she needed.
Let's take a tight look here. Jammed right up against that long.
Let's see where that face hits. Real high on the face.
That was the first green that you has missed in 12 holes. That may cost her a shot here. At the par 5 third, Paula Creamer for birdie.
Okay, could she make one?
I'd like to think so. She was counting on a little spin back off that wedge, did not get it, so she's slightly above the hole with a big right to left break.
Looks like she's not doing that old routine. Well, maybe a little bit.
Even on the par 5s this week, and that's not going to get it done around here.
She's due. Give her a little tap stroke.
Right idea, but a little too high. Creamer stays at +3 and up at 7. Hee Kyun So has this for birdie, and again she trails by 1 over Yu, who's got a par putt left though at the 4th.
This is enormously quick.
But
Yes! Hee Kyun So.
she's putted the best. There's no doubt all day today, and read the greens the best. And that might be the difference if she were to win.
She might be the leader by herself unless she was able to make that par putt at the 4th. Just turned 25 years old on Friday, the lone LPGA win at the Kia Classic. 11 wins on the Korean LPGA Tour, including 6 in 2008 and 5 in 2009. Her role model is Julie Inkster. Over at the 3rd for birdie is Stanford. And Angela Stanford moves it to 2 under, just 1 back.
Hanging in there.
Chasing the 2 Koreans on top. And it's Kerr also from the United States. Only other player under par. Over at the 12th.
Michelle Wee on the tee. Par 3 today, just 173 yards. Up some 53 yards from round 3.
Well, that looked like a good swing.
It certainly did. This was just a moment ago. And Michelle Wee finally hits a good one. And over at the short par 4 second, Ai Miyazato with her second shot. And wisely played.
Very soft.
Yeah, kept it out to the right where she had some room, so leaves a makeable putt from there. We go to 4.
And this for par for So Yun Yu, Roger.
And it's a putt that you want to go to the right, with the hill being to her left, valley right. I don't know how much it's going to go that way. I still think it has to go some, but not a lot.
Seen some putts here, Roger, go to the right like you talked earlier, and then at the hole it kind of loses its speed and dives left.
Yeah, the hole's cut on the back of a downslope, so it's in kind of an awkward spot.
She's playing at left edge, it looks like.
She hit it off the hole, and it just really didn't go right.
It's a good putt. Just one of those Broadmoor misreads, huh, Roger?
Yeah, I mean, your experience is telling you should make that. You want that ball to go right, but you just wouldn't do it.
It's a great green. This is very Pinehurst looking. Donald Ross designed and got shoulders all over the place. And for a little par 3, it holds its own great.
It's almost square. Got a really cool shape to it.
So the first green in regulation that Yu has missed in some 12 holes costs her a shot. She falls back to 2 under.
She said she came in here aiming for a top 10. I have a feeling that may have been adjusted since.
Back to the 2nd.
And Mika Miyazato, chance for a birdie 3. We'll move ahead to 5.
And this is Kerr. Long look for birdie, Jane.
Yeah, about 40 feet across the green. Should be working to her left.
Kerr just cranking out pars.
They haven't been easy pars, though, especially the last couple.
A couple loose iron shots And really that fairway wood on number 3.
With that bogey by Yu, Hee Kyung So has sole possession of the lead. And over to the 4th, just one back is Angela Stanford, 155-yard par 3, coming back down from the clubhouse.
Dan with a 9-iron in her hand. I would think she'd be a little more aggressive.
Yes, 3, 4, and 18. So the signature looks out here. 3 ponds. And that's just where you should hit it to be safe.
Stanford picked up her first LPGA win just the week before she lost in that playoff at the U.S. Women's Open that we showed you at Pumpkin Ridge.
It was actually at another Donald Ross golf course in Atlantic City.
Now Creamer.
You know, there are a lot of Creamer fans out there, but boy, her putter has really, really hurt her. She was number 3 in putts in Oakmont when she won last year, and this week she's 4th to last in putting. 32 putts, 34 putts, and 36 putts.
It's not like it doesn't seem like she's putting horribly, though.
Still number 1 in greens and regulation at 85%, which is an amazing percent.
That's
Catches one of those false edges, and that buried deep.
It's really the story of the way Paula Creamer's year has gone.
To the 2nd.
See if Ai Miyazato can start out birdie.
Well, a beautiful stroke, Gary.
I think she just overread it. Rhythm was good. Ahead to 4.
Wendy Ward, who is off to a rough start, just kind of continuing the struggles after the double at 18. Bogeyed the first, just doubled the third.
I gotta believe it's nerves, huh, Dottie?
She was going for that green in 2. That last green, Dottie hit the tree and ricocheted into the water. So a little bad luck.
A little bad luck, and I think sometimes under the gun, the putter just lets her down.
To 12.
Where Michelle Wie has this short one for a birdie, too. Earlier in round 3, she missed it 3 times on this green from this length. And recorded a 4-putt double bogey, but not that time. Nice birdie for her. So a par birdie start for Michelle in her 4th round. We go to the 8th.
And the new leader by herself, Hee Kyung So on the tee.
Hole cut just 9 on and 6 from the left, and that 6 from the left is basically the hazard.
When she won that Kia Classic last year, she played on a sponsor's exemption. She chose not to take LPGA membership until after the victory, and did so here in 2011.
Nice swing. That's really an on-plane swing.
On plane with a big full shoulder turn. Carries a touch too far.
Feeds back a little bit.
Hee Kyung So clinging to a 1-shot lead. Angela Stanford tied in there with So-Yun Yu, also of Korea. Christy Kerr 2 back. U.S. Women's Open continues with lots of players still in the championship hunt. This is now the 3rd shot at the par 3 4th for Paula Creamer. Already chunked her 2nd, and things beginning to slip away for the defending champion, Kay.
Oh, the rough over on that right-hand side is really long and thick. And you're dealing with false edges on both sides of this green.
That needs to sit quickly, Kay.
Up at the 5th. So-Yun Yu with her 2nd.
Did she pull it or not? Nope. Good shot. Played a little pull draw.
And up at 16.
And our first look at the 163-yard par 3. Natalie Gulbis a moment ago had a chance for a birdie 2. And rolls it in very nicely. Moves her to +8 for the championship. Back to the 4th.
And Wendy Ward could use a birdie, although this is going to be a long attempt.
Wendy Ward, who was here back in '95, playing as an amateur. Dottie, she had just won the women's amateur the year before in 1994.
Beating Jill McGill in the final of that championship.
Yeah, she had quite a record as an amateur within the USGA championships. Curtis Cup team.
Really,
all sorts of stuff.
Quite a collegiate player,
yeah,
too.
decorated All-American, Kay. First team 93 through 95 at Arizona State. Team won the NCAAs that year.
They won it 3
All
times.
3 of those years, in fact,
Yeah.
you're right.
She actually ended up individually second place at the NCAA twice. Never won an individual honor.
Well, that was a fine putt. It went right and then decided it didn't want to go in and broke left.
Lives in Edwall, Washington, where her husband Nate's a rancher.
Good on him.
Over at the 8th, Kyun So looking at a birdie try. And she has an impressive looking card so far. Birdies on 3 of the first 7 holes. 68 in the 3rd round, and prior to today had never shot a subpar round in 3 U.S. Women's Opens.
Yeah, it's a quick putt down the fall line, and it's the kind of putt you could make. I mean, I haven't seen too many over 10 feet in, but
it's in that little valley, so if
yeah.
you get it within the parameters, it has a chance to feed in.
yeah, it's a little bit of a trough, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of ranching,
And
Yeah.
Hee Kyung So is a qualifier into this championship. She was a medalist at Fiddler's Elbow Country Club in Bedminster, New Jersey back in May, one of 20 qualifying sites around the country, and it is a rarity to see a qualifier win this championship. In fact, only 2 have won it: Hillary Lunke and Birdie Kim.
very quick. Very quick, looking pretty darn good.
I'm telling you.
Yes, and it is all coming together in a magical way so far for So.
She has definitely putted the best all day starting this morning.
And it's 3 birdies in a row.
You know, she stole one there because it just touched that. That ball would have been, what, 6 feet by?
It was
that was
cooking.
moving.
Over at the 4th, Angela Stanford for birdie up over the ridge.
It's not that hard to putt. It goes a little right pretty straight till right now. Now it starts moving left.
Made one earlier here. About the same length, actually.
It was in.
Well, let's go to 12.
Dan, this was just a moment ago. Anya Alvarez, in her very first Women's Open, qualified right here at the East Course at the Broadmoor. And obviously, she knows how to play it.
She's a celebrator, Gary. Look at the outfit.
Oh, yeah. Her dad played college golf at Texas A&M.
She comes to have a good time. Remember this from the 5th yesterday?
Yeah, I sure do.
This is a classic reaction.
Talk about celebrations. Making the
Runs it
birdie.
right in. Decides she's going to hip hop and take off, but whoops, wrong way.
Sprinting to the tee at the 6th. Supposed to have fun playing this game,
That's
huh?
exactly right. 22-year-old doing just that. Back at 4.
Creamer not having a lot of fun now for bogey at the 4th. That's a double for Creamer. Over at the 6th.
Kari Webb, second shot on the way.
9-iron from 145. Hung it out a little to the right.
Jane, this is a stretch of the golf course where her ball striking could really pay off. She's got the height, the spin.
Well, she gets a favorable bounce, but that's going to leave a super quick putt down the slope. So we go back to 4.
And the tee shot for Ryan O'Toole.
Mom and Dad in the gallery this week.
Yep.
Might be going a little left. Yeah, good spin.
Look at her stop it right there.
Yeah, she plays sort of a different game than most everyone in the field. All in the air.
To 6.
Sayri Pak, second shot on the way.
From 142 and had a tough morning. Her caddy said she was taking some painkillers for pain in her wrist and was feeling really woozy. So I think she's feeling a little better this afternoon.
Yeah, that was a beauty. And Christy Kerr will be last to play.
Perfect.
It's a birdie hole location here, Jane. A lot of ways to get it close.
Christy Kerr now just 131. And time now, Gary, to really start hitting some quality iron shots and getting close enough that she can make use of that good putting stroke.
See if she stays down on it.
Still picky, Johnny.
Release a little bit. Release. Release.
Well, that's going to catch the slow. Will it stay? Just.
Yeah, definitely coming up and out of them.
Over at the third.
Par 5, third shot for Ai Miyazato at even par in this final group.
Not a good layup. Ball is buried. Can hardly see her shoes.
Will not be able to fly it onto the green and keep it under the hole.
All of a sudden, both Miyazatos are 4 behind. Take a look at Ai Miyazato's U.S. Open resume. Tie for 6 was the best back in 2009 at Saucon Valley. Now IK Kim and her third.
Much better angle for IK coming from the right side.
Very unforced error right there.
Just no pizzazz to her game today at all.
Well, the Miyazatos at one point were 3 ahead of the field. How quickly things have changed as they're both now even, trailing by 4.
A little quick there, but maybe okay. No, just out of sorts, huh, Dottie?
Completely out of sorts, and oftentimes if you get one player in a group going, the others will follow, and I think that's been the case in this grouping today. Nobody really got anything started right from the very beginning. Still plenty of golf left, though.
To 6.
Christy Kerr will be first to putt for birdie.
Yeah, now this putt is uphill all the way, going back up toward the mountain. It's going to be quite slow. And we'll have some right to left break in it as well. Yeah, Johnny, just really not quite staying down through her iron shots, is she?
No, definitely not. You know, there's a lot of power in that up move that Tiger Woods does. That a lot of the long drive champions make that move, and it can work with a driver because it's teed up, but it surely doesn't work well with an 8-iron. You got to stay down on those, especially the short irons.
And back at the 5th, Yu was able to make her par. Remained at 2 under.
Well, the one thing you can watch is the way she hits through her putts. No one chases the putter like she does. I mean, after she hits the ball, that putter just keeps moving at the target.
This putter recently back in her bag. It's the one she got to #1 in the world with last year.
See that follow through? It's such a full follow through, you couldn't even see it.
Well, mystified by that one because that missed the hole by a good 2 feet to the left.
It's quite a week, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, these are really an unbelievable set of greens.
This was a moment ago. Lizette Salas, who's having a great week, +2, 7-iron at the par 3.
Definitely not out of it.
No.
Is that going right?
Remember, best we've seen by far.
It's just the camera angle. That's tremendous.
22-year-old out of USC has that for birdie, and back to 6.
Kari Webb with a chance for a birdie.
Well, and Kari got a lot of support this week. 3 young ladies from Australia who won the Kari Webb Series, a group of events down there that she supports are here. Been a welcome distraction for her. Oh. Good solid stroke, just slightly under red, Johnny.
Yeah, that looked pretty good. She thought she had made it.
Back to 3.
4th shot, Mika Miyazato at the par 5.
Very easy shot.
Now she's got one that'll get her attention.
Well, she's got to go for it. When you get those kind of green lighters, you got to open your eyes a little and say, now's the time.
She was the 36-hole leader at 5 under. Back over to 6.
See if Sairi Pak can knock this birdie in.
On a fairly similar line to Kari Webb, so I'm sure she was paying very close attention. Good opportunity here for Sayri, just about 6 feet.
Spent the day with Sayri at Black Wolf Run earlier in May. It was the first time she'd been back to the site of her victory there in '98, and she was completely overwhelmed by all of it. Seeing her pictures in the clubhouse, going back out on the golf course where she won, she got really choked up.
That was a life changer, to say the least, for her. And that got that entire country energized in the sport. I can see why she was so emotional seeing that going back there for the first time. And speaking of future sites, it's back to Black Wolf Run, side of the '98 championship, which Sayri Pak won in a playoff over Jenny Shasiraporn. And then it's on to Sabonic on Long Island. The back-to-back Open Championships that'll be staged at Pinehurst #2, the men and the women in succession. And back over to the 5th for Angela Stanford.
It was the 7-iron for Angela.
And a little hook.
Yeah, didn't really hook that much, Johnny. Kind of stayed out to the right.
That might get better, yeah. That just made that putt a lot easier.
To 6.
Where Christy Kerr faces another tough par putt.
Well, Gary, I'm shocked that it came up this far away from the hole. It was a complete misread and misstruck. It was kind of struck right in the heel. Good news is this one is back uphill.
Okay. She continues to make the tough par putts, and that is often what you have to do in a U.S. Open.
Where things have changed dramatically in this championship. Hee Kyung-so just a little while ago was seemingly an afterthought. First 37 holes of this championship, she played in +3. The last 25 holes, 7 under, including the last birdie that dropped at the 8th. This for 3 in a row and a 4 under number. They call her the supermodel in the fairway. Blowing on her hands, hoping she stays hot. Out at the 9th.
And it appears that So will be laying up.
273 to the water, Gary, just too far to carry. A layup that's going down the left side is going to need a kick to get back in the fairway, and just does.
Just does. Now we'll be left to a short shot to a hole location that is very easy to get close to. We go back to 4.
We saw Lizette Solis hit it in here tight, this to get to +1 within 5. That is cruel. Up to 6.
So you playing her second shot up the hill.
I mean, 3 pars here so far this week.
Well, easy. Okay, that'll leave a uphill putt for birdie. We go back to 4.
On the tee is Ai Miyazato. Everyone in this group made par at the previous hole. That's a popular spot. Up at the par 5 17th, third shot. A moment ago for Gulbis.
Pretty forgiving hole location here today, right in the middle of the green. That lower section up top there.
Should be a tap-in birdie for Natalie. And back over at the 5th for Angela Stanford, looking at a birdie here, Kay.
She is. That was a really nice shot in that ended up hole high right. However, she has the ever-present speed and break down to the left away from the mountain to deal with.
Angela runs a Let Your Light Shine charity golf tournament each year at home, and over the last 5 years has reached 328. What a putt!
Angela Stanford to 3 under within 1. Maybe the one that got away at Pumpkin Ridge is going to serve as maybe part of the impetus to get her first major championship. Angela has 4 LPGA Tour wins in her past, Dottie, but obviously this has just turned into an even bigger moment for her. She's one of the more popular players out there on the LPGA Tour right now.
She certainly is, and you can tell by the players who have come out to support her event. She gets the top players to come out and support that charity event, but I think also, too, her passion for this championship runs deep. For United States, it runs deep. She's always been a great Solheim Cup player. And I think an emotional time, too, because her mom has not been well with breast cancer, has not won since her mom was diagnosed. So I think this could be an amazing story.
Johnny, there sits Hee Kyung-so of South Korea, who's just, maybe finding the magic on a day where you would hope to have it in the biggest championship in the world.
Yes, she's #1 in putting this week, and that is really the reason why she's on the top of the leaderboard. Ball striking is just pretty good.
How about the chime right in the backswing from the Will Rogers Shrine?
This could be good.
Yeah, this will catch the slope. This is going to come right back to the hole.
Nothing phases her, Gary.
Yeah, she's on a roll.
That's textbook way to play it today with the whole location down in that little low area.
It's funny because her irons seem to have quite a bit of power, but she only hits a 255 off the tee, so really a short hitter off the tee, but good solid strikes on those irons, Gary.
Yeah, strikes down on the ball very nicely, and as you always say, really holds the face square for a long time after impact.
Yeah, that's really a beautiful follow through. Stays down and through those irons.
All right, back at 6. You for a birdie. Super slow putt here, severely up the hill. Pretty predictable. We go ahead to 17.
And just a little tap in for Gulbis.
Not quite as good a championship as she had last year at Oakmont. But still trying to fight her way through.
Oh man, that'll keep you up at night, that stroke.
Inside shut, jammed out.
That was really bad.
And now a longer putt for par than she had for birdie.
Back to 7 for Se-Ri Pak.
And from the right side of the fairway, 152 to the front, 164 to this right hole location, a fairly narrow part of the green on the right. Uphill half a club. Se-Ri with that little fake backswing almost, Dottie, little pre-shot routine.
A lot of tension in that posture.
This has got to get going.
Now it needs to stop.
Now it needs to settle.
That posture is about the exact opposite of Freddie Couples.
How about this group? 2 Hall of Famers, Se-Ri Pak and Kari Webb. 4 U.S. Women's Open titles between them. And Kerr hoping to get her second.
From a nice flat lie on the left side of the fairway, 154. Good angle to this whole location.
Is that cloud in the background of this green as dark as it looks?
Yes, John.
Don't say it, John.
It's the magical 3 o'clock hour.
I don't see that cloud.
It's sunny this way though.
That's more like it.
Trouble is the breeze is coming from that direction.
Mother Nature owes us a few.
But I'm going to trust that forecast from Doppler Jane. You're all over it.
Kerr doing her damage in the par 3s and par 5s.
Most of that +4 on the par 4s was done on 1 hole. She made a triple at the 10th in the second round.
And came back nicely from it.
Came back firing.
Sounded also a little thin.
Stayed down just a touch better than she has been. It may come back.
Yep, here it comes a bit.
There's also a little funnel in there if it can get just far enough.
This was a moment ago at the par 3/8. Lita Lindley. +5.
Sort of an old-fashioned swing. It's a big hip turn, lifts the left heel. That's going to stay up there, though, I think.
This was the site of her
Oh, here it comes. Here it comes. Here's the comes.
This is an 11 wood.
11 wood. Look at this one. It's hunting.
She carries a veritable bouquet of them. Great shot. Sight of her first Open, actually, and she tied for 5th.
Nice shot.
Up at the 4th, IK Kim for birdie. This was just a moment ago. And nearly got that in. She'll stay at +2, 6 behind. So now we are live with Mika Miyazato. This for birdie, this to join the group at 1 under.
This one's a little bit more down the fall line at the back portion of this green.
I think it might go a little right. We'll see. It's fast.
That's for sure.
Mika will stay at even. Well, there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4 under par. Kerr, Yu, Stanford, and So. Webb, Miyazato's 4 back. And out to the 7th for Kari Webb. And this birdie try.
Oh, and this is a little bit of an adventure. She's in the
swale, huh?
Yeah, she's definitely in the swale. She's got to come up and over that ridge, about halfway to the hole, and then it will swing to the right, Dottie.
Jane, if you had to give the folks an illustration of how slow it is uphill versus how fast it is downhill, give sort of a stimp meter number.
Yeah, I think uphill it's probably about a 9, and downhill it's probably about a 12.
I was thinking more like about a 4 uphill. I played when greens were 4.
99 putts for Kari Webb through the first 3 rounds of the championship. That is totally getting it done from fairway to green and nothing for this part.
I remember playing in Japan on those Korai greens where you had to hit it like Aoki, you had to hit down on it.
And that completely fooled her. Had a lot more borrow in it than she saw.
In danger of making her first bogey in this final round. 51 wins worldwide for Webb, along with the 7 major championships, tied with Julie Inkster for the most among active players. And I think the point has been made a lot. Jane, you're also from Australia. I think Kari really appreciates the wins even more now than she did when she was really piling them up earlier in her career.
Yeah, certainly. I think as she's gone along in her career, she is a perfectionist and she realizes what it took.
Stacey Lewis, who at one point led this championship, has fallen down to +6. Winner of the Nabisco Championship, first major of the year.
She was actually at 5 under par for quite a while during the championship.
And over to 9, Gary.
Yeah, So has had a long wait here, Raj. What's been going on?
Well, Ji-Hye Shen has just kind of made a mess of the hole. Her 3rd shot from 105 yards was chunked, barely got across the water, and then chunked the next one. Played her 5th to this point, and now has this left for bogey.
And sometimes when a friend is struggling, it can have an effect on your game. GA and Hee Hyung are great friends from their days on the Korean LPGA Tour. They used to play a lot of practice rounds together, practice together. Sometimes when a friend gets struggling a little bit, it can take it out of you, but doesn't seem to be the case today. All right, good putt for GA, and that'll be a bogey 6.
In fact, Hee Kyung-so was considered the next Ji-Hye Shin coming out of Korea.
It's a little pressure, huh?
Yeah.
All right, back at 6. Stanford, poor tee shot in the right rough.
That was big right, Gary.
Yeah, ball well above her feet in that primary rough of some 3+ inches. So that's going to come up well short into the front greenside bunker. And Paula Creamer positioned much better, okay?
Definitely. She hit an aggressive drive down the left-hand side, took a little bit of distance off, has just 134 in for her 2nd. A little bit of wind starting to pick up in her face, hurting.
So you're +5, 3 over for this round, which is really that fourth hole really hurt her.
Head at 7.
Christy Kerr looking to get into a tie for second with Stanford.
Another good stroke.
Putter's been solid, and she rams that home. Kerr's putter has lifted her again. Many of the early ones for par. That one for birdie, her first of the day after 6 straight pars, and Kerr is within a couple.
Well, momentarily, because so has this very short putt for yet another birdie, Raj.
And from the right side of the hole, she's putting back uphill. Nothing to this, really.
It's for a great front 9.
5 birdies, no bogeys. Impressive in the final round of a U.S. Women's Open. So Hee Hyung So now to 5 under par. The lead is 2. She has 9 holes left to play. Christy Kerr with a nice birdie at the 7th has moved to within 3. We'll be back with more after this.
This was while we were away. Kari Webb for par, still bogey free to this point. And there's the putter again, letting her down, Dottie. Webb falls to +1, a full 6 off the pace to 6.
Well, Angela Stanford's ball skipped through the bunker and into the rough. Steeply uphill. A lengthy putt for a par left there. We go ahead to 8.
And Christy Kerr is next to the 158-yard par 3.
And the wind has started to pick up from the players left on this par 3. It is an elevated green.
So 27 feet.
Can't really see the whole putting surface from down there, especially with that grass pretty high on the left in between there.
And the whole location today, 9 paces on and 6 off the left on that lower left level.
In the whole championship, have you seen anybody down on that steep bank?
Not yet. Nice going.
Just asking. It seemed like it could be in play.
Oh, it's definitely in play. We saw balls in there for sure during the Senior Open. And with the front left hole location, it doesn't take much to hit it there.
149 yards covers that front. Dottie, Christy walking off the green gave me a little wry look and said, glad the hole got in the way.
Oh, that had still been rolling, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wind helping and off the left, I'd say probably a club of breeze right now. Launched high in the air, going toward the right side of the green.
It's been a pattern for her today. She's going to have to putt up over the ridge and then really fast down.
Back to 6.
See if Angela Stanford can save a par here, Kay. It would be pretty remarkable after the first 2 shots.
Well, it would. And Paula Creamer putt just before her missed her birdie putt is in with par. This just about a 10-footer. Has to hit it firmly.
And she does. What a save. She remains within 2.
Her putter's heating up.
Just the right time. Yeah. Don't want to keep making it that hard, though. Back at 5.
And the third for Ayumi Yazato. Trying to stay in it here. 5 back.
Really needs to hit sort of a semi-explosion. Just dump the ball onto the putting surface and let it trundle on down. Take some guts to hit this shot.
And popped out of there.
Got a flyer.
Got a lot of golf ball.
That ball just topped off the face. Just been one of those days, hasn't it?
Over to 12.
Well, Yanni Sen with a chance for birdie 2 here, but she has bogeyed the 10th and 11th and now finds herself at +3. Speedy one that should move a little to the right.
She hit it exactly where she wanted to at the right speed, but misread it.
Back at 8.
Webb coming off her first bogey of the final round.
This with an 8-iron. This is starting also at the right side of the green on the same line as Kerr's. Not well struck.
Might be about the time you start to see a few tired golf shots.
I was going to say we're seeing a little bit of some contenders falling off the pace a little bit. Long week, and with the pressure of the championship. Over at the 7th, Hughes 3rd.
Didn't get it on the proper side of the hole, though.
All of a sudden, she's fallen 3 back of So. And still has a par putt to remain at 2 under. Over at the 10th. Munoz. Roger, you're with this group?
Yes, Munoz with 192 left of the hole. Wind coming off the right now. And it's gotten rather brisk here in the last 10 minutes or so. And this kind of missing out to the right here, and that'll catch that bunker front right of the green.
460-yard par 4, longest in U.S. Women's Open history. Again, you have to keep in mind that the altitude here is more than 6,000 feet. You've also got the 13th here at the Broadmoor, 450 yards. So this is the part of the golf course where it can get tough. We've seen some big numbers and the leaderboard change in a hurry.
We mentioned it yesterday, but this part of the golf course, we'll let Roger go first.
Jay Shin has 191, Dottie. Shot that plays downhill, hole in kind of the front left portion of the green, front center portion of the green.
It'll hop up there. This portion of the golf course, 10, 11, and 12, were the first, second, and third hardest holes when the Senior Open was here just 3 years ago. It is a nasty part of this golf course.
Hee Kyung So now.
And she has 182 left. Now, I don't know if that shot by Shin was necessarily by design, but
sure worked out all right.
It worked out fine.
Downhill shot from fairway to green. So that also helps with the length of the hole.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the length of this hole being 460, but I think, Roger, that at 450 yards, the 13th plays a lot longer.
Well, it certainly will now, playing into the wind. The wind's coming in the player's face, I would think, over at 13.
Secret to this hole is a good drive in the fairway. Second shot's not that tough.
Second straight hole now. We've seen her back off a couple of times. Maybe aware of where she is in the championship and the prospects of what could be happening.
This would be a big way for Korea to break into the win column in 2011 with their 5th champion of the biggest event in women's golf.
Didn't like it.
Now this one's turning a little left, and that's going to catch that bunker, I believe.
Yep.
Short left of the green.
That was an unforced error because a lot of green right of that hole.
Stanford's tee shot now at the 426-yard par 4. Again, the closest to So. And what happened there?
That was a low pull hook.
She got lucky it didn't settle into the primary cut.
Up at the 9th.
Just a moment ago, Amy Yang had this putt for a birdie. Reads it very nicely and just sneaks it in the right side. So the lady who finished 5th in last year's Women's Open makes a nice birdie there to move to +2.
So Yun Yu for par. If she doesn't make it, she'll drift further behind So, but So's got her own problems.
And this is super fast. Same line that we saw Christy Kerr make her birdie putt on.
That's a good save. Stays at 2 under. 1 under in the final round. And stays 3 back at the moment. Up at the par 3 8th. Christy Kerr, Jane.
Well, this is going to be an adventure. She is going to have to play this at least 10 feet out to the right. Kari Webb just chipped up from the front of the green and thought she'd hit the perfect shot, and it just started to come backwards at the end. A lot of break.
Well, here's the determining factor in this putt. It's this huge bowl she's about to putt down into. It is going to pick up some kind of speed and start to swing away from the mountain from there. See how far she's aimed to the right?
And picking up speed. And once again, Kerr will have to lean on that putter to save a par.
And just not a good quality iron shot from that distance. Left herself right behind the 8-ball.
Weather warning signs have been posted yet again. And there's a look at the radar, courtesy of our friends at the Weather Channel. Lots of green coming up from the southwest.
And they put those signs up early, not only for the players, but because they've got so many spectators out here. 125,000 plus for the week, just barely shy of the record at Cherry Hills. Just up the road in Denver, that was 131,000 people. That's a lot of people to move through here for the week and take care of.
Over at the 10th. Roger, what does it look like here for So?
Well, the bunker's a little on the deep side, and the biggest problem is the green kind of works away from her and to her right from this position. So not a lot of green to work with. I think enough. If she hits the shot properly, it's doable, but it's not an easy shot.
Not playing it to the left much.
Sure
It's
is.
not going to go hard to the right, but I think that's the way it should go, unless the wind is going to hold it up a little bit.
Very square stance.
10th and bunker saves.
That wasn't hit hard enough.
She's been getting the ball up and down 61% of the time for the year out of the bunkers. That's pretty darn good numbers.
So this 4 birdie in a row stretch is going to come to a screeching halt for So at the 10th and Angela Stanford at the 7th.
Big distance in. She mishit her drive, playing into the wind. Well, and that comes up well short of the bunker even.
Might have been better off in the bunker, Kay.
Up at the 8th, can Kerr do it again?
Well, and she misses from this distance. It's a surprise. Didn't even come close to reading that right.
You can see the wind picking up. It's going to be a factor as this afternoon goes on.
If it does go on.
Let's hope.
Still got 2 fingers crossed.
Toes too.
We'll look at the bunker shot by So.
Let's see where impact is. Way too soon.
Yeah, hit too far behind it.
Yep.
Look at that ball. Almost looks like it hit the club face. It didn't, but
Great camera work.
At the 8th, Webb for par. Jane?
Straight back uphill, little right to left in it. She did not read that at all well.
Looked like to me her toe beat the heel there.
And suddenly everybody on top of this leaderboard is having some problems. So has a lengthy par putt left. Stanford short of the green at 7. Webb picks up a bogey. Kerr. And over at the 10th, G.A. Shin has a birdie look. Roger?
This now from behind the hole back uphill toward this front left portion of the green, and not a lot, but a little bit uphill, and it should turn to her left, I would think.
Nice pace there. Well done.
Keep it right here for Hee Kyung So for par.
I mean, we haven't said anything about So, but she's on schedule, maybe a historical round. I mean, this is a fantastic front 9 that she just played, and of course the back 9, she's got a tough par putt, but even if she bogeys the 10th, she's still 4 under for the day, which is fantastic.
Birdied 5 of the first 9 holes, including a string of 4 in a row. But trying to stay at the 5 under number. Roger, what does this putt look like?
Well, I think it runs away from her slightly and should turn to her right. I don't think it's overly fast. It's just slightly downhill, but I don't think she can get carried away with it.
Only 1 bogey in the last 39 holes for So. It came at the 15th hole this morning.
Like I said earlier, she's #1 easily in putting this week, and hitting a lot of good irons. That works, Raj. Definitely outside the hole.
Yeah, and this is, these kind of putts, Johnny, are so big to keep momentum going. You don't want that negative thought popping into your head. I dropped a shot. If you can hold these savers, it goes a long way.
Well, the bogey here is not going to kill her. It's the third hardest hole on the golf course, but she could make it.
Low. She's got a tough stretch coming up at 11 and 12, 13.
Tough one coming back here. Well, you know you're going to have that stretch, Johnny and Dottie, at some point. It's not going to be all just birdies and just paved way to the trophy.
Not
even
all
if,
peaches and cream.
no, I mean, even if you look at Rory McIlroy, he had to, when he dominated at Congressional, he still had to work his way through a couple of rough patches with the double to finish the second round. It wasn't all just paved beautifully.
Well, she just came out this morning, folks, if you didn't watch it, and was reading the greens better than any other player, making the putts better than any other player, and it just continued into this round. It carried through, of course, the same day, but she's having a heck of a Sunday here.
All right, wants to make sure that she only drops one here.
It's probably right edge. That was an important putt.
Leads back down to 4 under, back down to 1 over Stanford. Stanford scrambling for her own par at the 7th. And we go to Angela at the 7th. This was a moment ago, her third.
Boy, she has been one tough customer so far today.
So that left the stay one back of So, who finally drops a shot. First bogey in some 40 holes. Skies darkening once again at the Broadmoor, but maybe we'll get lucky. 66 U.S. Women's Open Championship continues from Colorado Springs. We're back at the 66th U.S. Women's Open Championship. Marathon Sunday, 36 holes. We've got you at the par 3/8 with a 7-iron. 2 back.
Will it stay up there or take?
It's got the
There
slope.
it goes.
That's a good leave. A lot of trickle there.
Up at 11 for Hee Kyung So, coming off her lone bogey. Roger.
And the wind coming against and a little bit from the left, but certainly hurting here now.
Hearing some rumbles of thunder in the background, and they are counting down yet another blow to the horn here, and there it is.
We have about enough time for a 1-hour delay and still be able to finish today. So there's still hope to finish.
You've done the calculations.
I did it.
And that is delay number 5 for those of you keeping score.
Full hand worth. And there's somebody who likes to play cards in those delays. Brittany Lincecum, Amy Yang there. They're getting pretty used to this.
So Hee Kyung So off of the 11th at the delay. 8 holes remaining in her. She hopes is a U.S. Women's Open title. Will it come today? Will it come tomorrow? We don't know. Let's get a word with Kay Cockrell down on the ground.
All right, thanks a lot, Dan. I'm alongside Angela Stanford, and the Open equals patience, endurance. It's been a crazy test this week. What have you done to be able to keep your brain in the game?
Well, I think I've been very fortunate because I played all 36 Friday. So this is the first time outside of the small delay Friday afternoon that I'm going to be in a delay and maybe have to come back tomorrow. So it's been easy because when you play 36 holes, you're thinking one shot at a time because it's so much golf.
What has been your key so far to playing this course well?
The greens are very similar to Shady Oaks at home. you have to be courageous enough to hit at a certain pace to get it to the point where it starts to take the curve of the green. So been thinking a lot about Shady Oaks this week.
Well, you've had a good track record in the Opens, particularly down the road at Cherry Hills. You finished 10th there. Is there something about mountain golf, high elevation golf that you do well at?
I think the altitude's gone to my head, so I can't think. It's great.
Well, what are your plans now? I know what's your general routine, I should say, when you have this kind of delay?
Well, we didn't get a whole lot of lunch, so I may go in and get a snack and watch some friends on my iPad and just kind of hang out.
Maybe play a little cards?
Yeah, sure.
Dan, back to you.
All right, Kay, thank you very much. Angela Stanford joining the group again in the clubhouse here. It's been a familiar routine all week long here in Colorado Springs. And like you said, Dottie, they don't have much time to play with here before we might have to settle this championship tomorrow. Hopefully that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I think you prepare yourself for both. That you may have to go right back out. I think you prepare yourself to sit for a while. I think you prepare yourself for Monday. But they're getting used to dealing with all of this stuff. It's July in Colorado. This is going to happen, but it doesn't need to happen this often.
Well, the good news is, Johnny, is we've just been informed they're keeping the players in the van. So hopefully this latest weather disturbance will be quickly moving through.
Yeah, it might breeze right on through in 10 or 15 minutes. The rain has not been a problem. It's just the danger part of it. So let's take a look at the radar. We're sitting on the D on Colorado, in case you guys want to know. And so we're sitting right there. And it seems like it's going in this pattern right here. It's going north from the south to the northeast.
You've done just as much of telestrating on the weather radar map as you've done at the Broadmoor this week, Johnny.
We're going to ship you to Atlanta and let you work at the Weather Channel.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. I'd love to have a job where you can be wrong 6 days in a row and nobody cares.
Well, what do you think of the performance by So here? This has been pretty impressive, even though she just picked up her first bogey. But again, back nine, U.S. Women's Open, when it all kind of starts getting within reach, it is so hard to stay in the present.
Yeah, I agree with that. And a wonderful round by So far. She shouldn't worry about that 10th hole bogey. It's the third hardest hole on the course, and that's her mother right there saying, "You're doing great today," and she is. She's played the best golf all day long, and she's a very elegant golfer, and you can see maybe wiping away some tears seeing her mother there.
That's the nickname, supermodel in the fairway.
But I mean, just the way she carries herself and plays golf, it's a really good role model for young girls to copy.
Well, there's the gray out in the distance from the Broadmoor. Another weather delay at this championship with Hee Kyung So holding a one-shot lead over Angela Stanford. We'll continue with more right after this. Welcome back again to our coverage on NBC Sports of the 66th U.S. Women's Open from the Broadmoor in Colorado Springs, where the biggest championship in women's golf continues after its fifth weather delay of the week. The latest delay coming earlier this afternoon, punctuated by a dazzling display of spectacular lightning. That bolt actually putting a charge into that boulder here in the nearby mountains of Colorado Springs. The ladies were called off the course, and when they did, a 25-year-old from South Korea, Hee Kyung So, was the leader. She now lives in Orlando, Florida. She marched up the leaderboard with 5 birdies in her first 9 holes of this final round, a day that started due to delays at 6:45 local time this morning. As we go out live to the 11th, and the championship leader So with her third shot coming down the slope here at the par 4 11th. So she's got a par tester left here to stay at 4 under, 2 clear of Angela Stanford, who's coming off a bogey at the 7th. And we're now live with her at the par 3 8th. Kay Cockrell with this group with Stanford.
Be interesting to see what kind of swing and what kind of contact she makes with this first full shot.
Could be good.
This would be a great bounce back for Stanford, who has 4 LPGA victories, but never a major, and came the closest back in 2003 at Pumpkin Ridge. With a call to the par 5 9th is Gary Koch. Gary?
Thank you, Dan. And Christy Kerr ready with her third shot here from 100 yards. Hole location in this final round in a little low area. A lot of ways to get the ball close. And this ball should come right back to the hole, so Christy Kerr is going to have a great chance to get to 2 under par. Let's go up and join everybody at 18.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. With Dottie Pepper and Johnny Miller, an extremely trying week for the entire field. The delays now totaling some 17 hours. But Dottie, give us a sense of what this championship means. There have been 4 Koreans previous that have won the biggest championship in women's golf, the U.S. Women's Open.
Yeah, the first being Sairi Pak back in 1998. And it was a win that not only changed her life, but in many ways changed the face of the entire sport. This year there are 43 Korean women playing on the LPGA, but the concern back home is that it's been 13 events since one of them has won. So this could be a changer again for the LPGA for women's golf.
And Johnny, how is she going to deal with open pressure, the final 9? There is a very good chance she will finish up her final round today, and there'll be others that will have to finish up tomorrow to see if they can catch her.
Yeah, so it's tough after the delay to come back out and hit quality shots. But you look at Stanford, who just made the bogey, but she's got 8. She's going to make birdie there probably. The 9th hole is a short, definite birdie hole there. So the lead could be gone in the next 20 minutes. And so, to be honest with you, So has got a lot of pressure on her. She's a really excellent looking golfer, very elegant in her style and dress, and a beautiful swing. And it'll be interesting to see if she can handle the pressure. This is a big putt she has to make in just a minute to save par.
In the meantime, we go out to the 8th. And this is the defending champion, Paula Creamer, who's been in it all week long until a number of drop shots recently. Double bogey at the 4th, just dropped another one at the 7th, and she's drifted all the way back to +6, a full 10 shots behind So.
The putter has really let Paula Creamer down this week. She battled hard, but it's finally caught up.
And back over to the 9th.
Where Christy Kerr is taking a look at her putt for a birdie. But it appears that Kari Webb will play first.
Yeah, Kari Webb's putt is going to be going back uphill. She's about flag high, maybe about 15 feet to the right of the hole. Decent iron shot, judged fairly well for distance, certainly not as close as she would like. And, Kari's been bothered by a little bit of back and hip problems every now and again. I saw her stretching just as after she walked up here.
Now we take a look at her card, off to the kind of start she was looking for. Birdies at both the 2nd and 3rd holes, but then bogeys at 7 and 8.
Gary, the putter for her has also held her back. She had 99 putts through the first 3 rounds, averaging 33 a day.
Well, we've talked about the difficulty of the greens here at the Broadmoor East course, haven't we, Dottie? But you have to figure them out a little better than that if you're going to really make a run at it.
Yeah, they can make you shake your head a lot.
Yes, they can. There's a good putt. So Kari Webb back to +1 for the championship. We go ahead to 11.
And So trying to stay at 4 under. Roger Maltby with this group.
Thank you, Dan. This is about a 4-footer now for par. Chipped the ball from the very short fringe, which kind of surprised me. I mean, she certainly could have putted it. And this putt, you want it to go right? I don't know that it'll do much.
That avoids back-to-back bogeys for So. Gets her back on track. And a nice save to stay 2 clear of Stanford. And also 2 clear of So-Yun Yu. Over to the 9th.
And the short putt for birdie for Christy Kerr. This is a chance for her to get to 2 under par.
And after a beautiful little wedge shot, just barely over 4 feet. She can be pretty firm with this one, Gary. Might work a little bit to her left.
Yeah, important putt here. Not many birdie holes coming up in the next 4 or 5 holes. Okay, nicely done. Christy Kerr, who has already won a U.S. Women's Open Championship. She knows all about the pressure of the final 9. Will she have a chance to catch So? Stay with us.
This was a moment ago. The defending champion Paula Creamer for birdie at the 8th.
Super downhill.
That needs to have a wreck really quickly.
Creamer all of a sudden is just all out of sync.
I'm not sure what her thought process was there, but
It's almost like she forgot where the mountain was.
that's like,
Well, Over to the 7th, Ryan O'Toole for bogey. She's been a breakout star at this championship, although she loses a shot there and falls to +3, but a rookie out of UCLA with plenty of length and a lot of confidence.
I think so. She's got a great future.
And we move over to the par 3 12th. Downhill tee shot of some 39 feet. Tees moved up, hole location way in the back left.
Should be an okay fit for GA. Gary likes to move the ball a little to the left.
Well, this is going a little left with the 7-iron.
And comes up short. Back to the 8th.
And a long way back for par for Creamer.
And just as slow as the other one was fast.
Even though this one is slipping away, she has really enjoyed her reign as a U.S. Women's Open champion after winning at Oakmont last year, one of the more storied courses in all of golf, and now the leader So.
And her tee shot at the 12th.
She has selected a 6-iron, Gary.
Club in beautiful position there.
This a little bit right of the hole, kind of in the saddle there. See if it'll come down.
Short ever so slightly, and another good shot.
She's in a great spot. If it, just all pars from here on in, and she's got a great chance to win the Open.
Well, let's take a little closer look at this swing. She's got beautiful load into the right side, a terrific shoulder turn. You see the way the shirt is actually stretched and pulled, maxing it out. Nice delay there, stays down beautifully through the shot. Watch her weight get right over to her left side. Nothing on her right there at all.
You talk about a great golf swing.
That is simple and repeatable.
That
Fantastic.
is statuesque right there.
Back over to 8.
And still a little left for bogey for Creamer. She again enjoyed this championship so much it really hurt her to box up that championship trophy and send it back after enjoying the trophy at what spent most of the time on her breakfast table at her home in Orlando, didn't it?
Yeah, she came here wanting to get that thing back to Orlando for another year, and it's been that club right there that's kept her from doing it.
+7 in the last 13 holes after lurking right there.
Yeah, Paul looks like she's lost. That putter just driving her crazy.
In the meantime, Stanford with a great chance for a bounce back here to get it back to 3 under.
Guys, she had no idea how close that was till she got up to the green surface. She knew she hit a good shot, but was delighted to see how close it ended up.
It's about half the length of the putt she had at the last hole, if that.
Yeah, this is only about a 2-footer.
It's the fastest 2-footer she's ever had.
These greens are treacherous. The field has been challenged by them all week long in addition to the weather, and Stanford picks up birdie number 3 in her first 8 holes of this final round. Trying to win her first major and win the biggest one of all. Over at the 9th.
So you with her third shot here at the par 5. Oh, and she's going to use the backstop as well. This should come right back to the hole, just like we saw with Christy Kerr.
Back out to the par 3-8. Lizette Salas has been an impressive young player out here, Dottie. Final round even, +2 for the championship.
And this could be a week that changes this young professional's life. Only her 4th event as a professional. Her parents, immigrants to the country. Her dad worked at a golf course just to expose her to the game and eventually be able to pay for her to learn the game.
She became a member of the 2008 NCAA championship team at a USC. 4-time All-American. Great story, and almost flew this one in.
Let's see where it lands. Yeah, it hits about 10 inches from the hole. Bad news is she got one of the quickest putts she'll ever putt.
Back to the 7th, Ai Miyazato from Japan, and along with Mika Miyazato, they were kind of controlling this championship earlier today until they kind of came unraveled a bit. Ai's coming off back-to-back bogeys to fall to +2, 6 back. So we go to the 9th now with Stanford.
And her tee shot here at the par 5.
And I think safe to say this is going to be a 3-shot hole.
Well, she gets it down the left side and gets a little bit of run, so be interesting to see. Ahead of 10.
And the second for Kari Webb from the first cut.
A decent lie, 196 to the front. It's 204. Taking it in very low, trying to run it up there. Sounded like it was a little heavy.
Right next to the bunker, might have gone in.
To 12.
Jie Shin with her second shot. Flop it out onto the green, let it release to the hole. Quite a bit of break from right to left. Beautifully done. Let's take another look at the contact. Handle leading the club head, that's what you want to do, and then the left hand stays very firm. That's what helps to get the ball in the air. Use the loft of the club. Don't try to help the ball up.
Good spin on that ball.
As we go to 8.
On the tee, Stacy Lewis, who won the ladies' first major of the year, Kraft Nabisco Championship, popular win, and was looming on the leaderboard here for a long time.
She was. She actually got it to 5 under par for the championship. 12 shots she's kicked away since, and I talked to her coach while we were in the rain delay and said she just wants it too bad.
Beautiful look at the 460-yard par 4 10th. Christy Kerr is next to play.
It's such a beautiful hole, this hole. From up high, you have a beautiful curling hole, dogleg left, and it's a fun tee shot for a draw, and then a pretty tough iron shot, especially if you're in the rough, Scotty. That's the third hardest hole on the golf course. Downhill shot.
Just beautiful weather right now. That storm clearing out. Good scoring conditions.
Just 175 to the front for Kerr. Just needs to land it on the front. It's a 5 iron going very high.
She swung real hard at that. A good spin.
Kerr won her championship at Pine Needles and is a U.S. Women's Open type of player. Gritty, tough, never gives up. He's made a number of good par-saving putts. And back over to 12.
Where So has a chance for a birdie too, and a chance to increase the lead.
This putt's makeable. Downhill, it should try to move a little bit to her right, but it should be a good running putt, Johnny. I think she's got a good shot at this.
Is that a ball marker right in her line?
I think she actually has to go left of that, doesn't she, Raj?
I think just. And yes, that is the ball mark of Jie Shin.
Well, we can see one of the reasons why she's having the round she is this final round. Just 15 putts through the first 11 holes.
Number 1 in putting this week. And all day, she's been under all day. Definitely has putted better than anyone else and read the greens better than anyone else.
Her sense of speed matching up with that has left her a lot of stressless putts. Not having to grind over 4, 5, 6 footers coming back.
Not going to reach.
And we'll move over to the 9th. See if you can make this to get within 1. S takes advantage of the easy hole location at the 9th, and So Yoon Yu moves it to 3 under par, just 1 shot off the lead, and skies are clearing here in Colorado Springs at the Broadmoor, the East Course. Final round of the 66th United States Women's Open Championship, and one of the many mountain streams around here. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back. This was just a moment ago. The young amateur Amy Anderson with her tee shot at 16 with a 6 iron down the hill. And how about it?
Oh, that would have been a great way to celebrate your
her
19th.
birthday. That's exactly right, as she turns 19 today.
It's been a great story, Gary, from Oxbow, North Dakota, 10 miles south of Fargo. Has a group of about 30 people here and was hanging around the top of the leaderboard for quite some time.
Over at 10.
This was a moment ago, 3rd for Webb.
One of the best bunker players on tour.
Yeah, that one was a little chunky. Tell by the sound.
She'll have that to remain at +1. And the tee shot for the leader So at the par 4 13th, 450-yard par 4. Roger.
A beautiful hole. Tee shot that plays just slightly downhill, but beautifully framed left to right, framed by bunkers from both sides of the fairway, but a good driving hole here.
She won't be able to reach those 2 bunkers, right?
I don't
Roger?
believe so, but they do frame the fairway beautifully, John. I think you just want to hit it at that bunker straight away on the left-hand side and be just fine.
I want to hit a baby cut, but not necessary. The terrain wants to kick it right.
It's going down the very right-hand side.
So is not a long hitter, just averages 255, which is one of the shortest hitters in the field that's made the cut.
Up to 10 for Christy Kerr on the collar for birdie. Jane.
Yeah, and just short of flag high, just a putt of about 25 to 30 feet. We'd work a little left at the end, going away from the mountain.
It's one of the best putting strokes on tour.
Just has a natural sense of speed and is not technical in any way.
Up to the 8th, Ryan O'Toole for birdie, playing a lot of swing here. Salas has already missed her birdie attempt.
That needs to settle down or find the hole.
And O'Toole runs it in. Player that many feel has star kind of capabilities in this game. Just getting her career started. And having a great showing here at this U.S. Women's Open. The Broadmoor hosting its second U.S. Women's Open. The first won by Annika Sorenstam 16 years ago in '95. And you know, when the weather isn't ripping through here, it is one of the most beautiful settings for a championship you could ever imagine. Altitude over 6,000 feet. And of course, that does not make the course, which is the first to measure over 7,000 yards in ladies' major championship history, play nearly as long as that. It's been a great test. Most of the challenge coming on the greens as we set it out to 12.
Amy Yang's tee shot on the way with an 8-iron down the hill. Oh, one of the better ones we've seen in this final round at the 12th. Over at the 9th, Angela Stanford ready with her 3rd shot.
Gary laid up to a point where she has 110 in. Ball below her feet.
Well, you have to hit it close here. This whole location just begs for the ball to get near it. That should funnel its way down.
Surprising that that ball did not bite better. It's good for her, though.
A couple yards, huh? Yeah.
She's leading the championship in birdies with 15.
Back to the 8th.
And Stacey Lewis from short range for birdie. Back to +6. Stacey admitting that she has been tired out from all these delays. Some of the players have gotten some breaks where they've been able to get some rest, but it's been a long week for everybody. Out at the 10th, Webb for par, trying to stay 5 back.
Yeah, a little bit over 6 feet. Not a huge amount of break in it. Needs this one to keep the momentum going.
Yeah. Needs that putter to cooperate, Dottie, if she's going to be there in the end.
If it cooperates just a little bit, she's at the top of the leaderboard this week. She struck the ball beautifully.
To the 9th.
Paula Creamer playing her 3rd shot. And from 103 yards. Now this one finds the slope, and that'll ease its way toward the hole. Good birdie opportunity for her. We go ahead to 10.
And Kerr trying to save her par. She let a Women's Open get away at Saucon Valley a couple of years ago, Dottie. She was the 36 and 54 hole leader, led by 3 with 14 holes to play. So she knows how to win it, and she also knows that they can get away from you down the stretch when the pressure's at its greatest.
Yeah, and I think she's was very motivated by a missed cut at the first major championship of the year, although played very well at the LPGA Championship a couple of weeks ago. I think that missed cut in Palm Springs really burned deeply for a long time.
To the 8th, and the tee shot for IK Kim, who is in this final group. And again, they have played in the same groups all day long since early this morning because of all the weather delays. So it's been IK Kim with the Miyazatos, who are not related, playing all day.
That's a pretty good leave right there. Slow putt, but not scary.
And over at the 13th, Hee Kyung So. Roger.
And has left herself 194 yards. there is a little upslope in front of her that really kind of obscures the view of the green. You can see the flagstick, but it's hard to see the surface of the green from where she is. The hole cut just a little left of a ridge that separates the left and right sides of this green. So I would think, Johnny, you'd try to land this ball a little left of the hole, I would think.
This is one of the holes you can run it in on, right?
You can bounce it up, yes.
Yeah, this could be hit short of the green and run right on.
So has one LPGA victory, and it came last year, a 6-shot impressive win at the Kia Classic when she played on a sponsor's exemption.
So she's trying to manufacture a little something gripped way down.
Yeah, she started this ball right, and it is hanging right.
Stays above the bunker.
Just on the edge there.
Let's see what sort of stance she has, though, Roger.
Yeah, came out of that, wiped it.
To the 10th for So Yun Yu. And her second. She's just 21 years old. Tied for 25th in her very first U.S. Women's Open Championship last year. Turned pro at the age of 17. And it's just another one of those young Korean players that they just seem to crank out. And this was a moment ago, speaking of Koreans and Koreans that have won this championship, Inbee Park for birdie at the 11th.
She took up the game directly as a result of watching Se-Ri Pak win this championship in 1998.
Wow, running it in. The champion from Interlaken in 2008. First birdie on 11 in this round, and Inbee Park is at +1, just 5 back. The 12th.
Amy Yang for her birdie, back up against the mountain, moving to her right. Oh, man. Oh, you hate to hit that good a shot and not convert. Over at the 9th, Angela Stanford has a chance to tie for the lead, Kay, but not an easy putt to read.
No, it's not. This looks like it should go down to the right, but maybe not as much.
She's playing it pretty straight, and it was. So Angela Stanford to 4 under par and now sits atop the leaderboard. Tied with So. We'll be back with more final round action in just a moment. At the 66th playing of the U.S. Women's Open, Paula Creamer, birdie putt at 9. That's her first birdie of the final round, but certainly a little too late. Very disappointing opening 9 of 4 over par. Go back to the 8th.
And this was a moment ago. Tee shot for Ai Miyazato. +2, 6 back.
Slowest backswing in the championship. What a nice shot.
Just a pure, unhurried motion for Miyazato, who learned the swing from her father, who's a teaching pro in Japan. As we get it back to So at 13.
Pretty important up and in right here for her confidence and keep this round going.
Now, So has played this portion of the golf course 13 through 15 and +3.
So by far the weakest stretch of the golf course for her.
And her feet well below the ball. She did have a sand wedge out and changed to lesser loft. She is pitching back uphill toward the mountain. And, I like this change of clubs, but still an awkward stance. Lie itself is not that bad.
Just not a shot you'd practice very often.
It's pretty well done right there.
I'd say.
Pretty cool play for So. Chance to remain at 4 under, tied with Stanford at the top at 4 under. Real soft hands here and an unhurried motion here.
And it leads beautifully with the end of the club. Watch the firmness in her left wrist. Pretty textbook.
She has won a lot on the Korean LPGA Tour. In fact, 11 victories there. So she knows how to win. This was a moment ago at the 10th. 3rd for Yu.
Needs to fly it about halfway to the hole.
So now we're live, and Yu trying to stay at 3 under. She's won 7 times on the Korean LPGA Tour. Still a student over in Korea, where she'll be a junior at Yonsei University. Those are the chimes from the Will Rogers Shrine high atop the mountain here that come chiming in about every 15 minutes or so. Nice save for you. There it is. It's up there at elevation of more than 8,000 feet. Dedicated September of 1937. And that dedication was actually broadcast nationally on NBC radio. Now to the 11th for Kerr, Andrew second.
Hardest hole in the course.
Yeah, it's a tough angle as well. This hole located on the right-hand portion. 171 front, 194 to the hole.
Beautiful bunkering short here.
That's a brutal hole location with a hook lie with the ball.
Christy will talk. If you have not seen her play golf.
You can see you got a right hole location and a sloping fairway with a hook type of lie, so it's hard to get at this flag.
There's nothing about this hole that's real comfortable.
Let's see how comfortable Stanford is feeling after tying for the lead. Tee shot at the 10th.
Really needs to turn this ball from right to left. Use the slope just inside the bunker line.
And that's an important drive in between those, by that bunker there, and makes the hole much easier when you can get it between those bunkers.
And back over at the 8th, I.K. Kim for par. Accomplished player, 3 wins on the LPGA Tour, and she's just 23 years old. 5th year out here on the LPGA Tour in the United States.
I wonder if she remembers how fast this is, Dottie.
I certainly hope so.
Kim was the U.S. Girls Junior Champion back in 2005, already with a USGA title.
Last year, won Lorena Ochoa's Invitational in Guadalajara, donated her entire $220,000 winner's check to charity. So motivated by what Lorena has done and the charitable organizations that she stands for.
Once again, several weather delays. Some players will get in 36 holes today, some will not. It is likely that so will Stanford on the outside, probably not. So it's going to be an interesting conclusion to this championship tomorrow. What kind of number will So post tonight if she does actually conclude her final round? And how will the rest of the leaderboard react in the biggest championship they play? You see Ai Miyazato there at +2. We go out to the 8th for her birdie putt. Beautiful stroke there by Miyazato, who was the #1 ranked player in the world for a time last year, in a stretch of play where she picked up 5 wins on the LPGA Tour. And with the retirement of Annika Sorenstam and Lorena Ochoa, who you mentioned, we were kind of looking to see who was going to be the next great player. It appears right now that that player is Yanni Sen, who, by the way, is 10 shots back presently as you look at So here at 13.
And So with a little knee knocker here for par, it should have a little break to the right in it, I would think, probably inside the hole on the left.
A lot of pressure at this point in the championship. Not every player can make their normal stroke at this stage.
Good save by So.
Last 2 putts were real pure.
Stays at 4 under, tied with Stanford. And up at 18, Michelle Wie. This was her 3rd shot a moment ago. Michelle making the 3rd and final rounds by a single shot with a long birdie putt on her final hole of the 2nd round, but just hasn't been able to maintain any kind of consistent play here to make a run at the top. Still juggling her academics at Stanford and still trying to play an LPGA Tour schedule. Dottie, not easy.
No, it's not easy. But I think Michelle has lost her innate feel for the game. She's gotten very, very technical, and it shows when the pressure's really on.
Well, she's been groomed since she was a little girl, though, right? I mean, technically.
She has been groomed that way, and I wouldn't teach a child that way. I would let the talent just shine.
Wie, by the way, has 9 holes left as they are going off on both sides of the golf course. +13 for Wie, 1 under on this final round as you look at Paula Creamer. Okay.
Paula did not hit a good drive off the tee. Bounced through the bunker, and she's in the heavy, wet rough. Has a decent lie, though. I'm going to try to gouge it out there and see if she can scoot it up towards the front of the green. Well, she took a good hard swing at that one.
A decent amount of contact.
That was really well done.
I bet it was.
Up at 11, Cristie Kerr for birdie.
Now, a tough putt this one is, and up and over that hill right now, then it should start to go slightly downhill and swing to the left. Trouble was, it was going back up towards the mountain.
Over to 10 for the co-leader Stanford.
That's a 7-iron. Hit a beautiful drive, dead center in the fairway.
Tough stretch now. 10 and 11, possibly 12, 13. All those are good holes.
And on the tee at 14, 413-yard par 4 is So.
Bunkers right and left. But this a beauty. A little bit of a draw right in the center of the fairway.
Five holes left for So. Likely she'll get it in before darkness here, which is about 8:15 local time. Tied with Stanford in the 66th United States Women's Open. Tranquil-like setting now after bolts of lightning were ricocheting all around the Broadmoor a little bit earlier in the day, which caused the 5th delay, totaling some 17 hours as the U.S. Women's Open Championship soldiers on with Stanford and So tied for the lead at 4 under as we go out to the 9th.
And this was just a moment ago, Dan. Ryan O'Toole played her 3rd shot here to the par 5. And plays it just the way you're supposed to. Throws it back behind the hole, uses the backboard, brings it right back. That is the ball of Salas right there near the hole as well. So both with great chances for birdie there. We go ahead to 16, Yanni Sen, and yes, +6 for the #1 player in the world.
She got off to a very good start in this final round, too.
3 under par after 9 holes, and then has proceeded to make 3 bogeys and a double bogey on the back 9. Over at 10.
Angela Stanford's 3rd, Kay.
Interesting, she didn't walk up onto the putting surface and really observe this from all angles. She kind of just nonchalantly got up there and chipped that without too much thought.
That's not an easy 4-footer. It's got some right to left in it and it's fast.
Up at 11, and Kerr with a lot of work left to stay at 2 under.
And Dan, I'm wondering if fatigue is not setting in with this group. Kerr left it easily 8 to 10 feet short. Then Kari Webb right after her banged it past about 15 feet and consequently 3-putted for a bogey.
Jane, think it's more physical or mental fatigue?
I think it's mental fatigue, Dottie. I mean, these players are fit enough. It's no problem, but just mental fatigue.
Cristie Kerr has an outstanding U.S. Women's Open resume. 5 top 10s, including the win back in 07. And we've talked about it all week, how she is a Women's Open type of player. Very accurate, never gives up. In weeks like this, with all the delays, you need that focus.
Remember when she won at Pine Needles? We were actually lucky to finish there late on Sunday. Just loads of delays.
No par save this time. After going without a 3-putt in her first 61 holes, Kerr has now 3-putted 2 of her last 4. Back to 9.
This had Salas for her birdie. Very nicely done. So that's 8 pars and a birdie on her opening 9 in the final round.
And at the 14th, So with her 2nd.
148 left, a hole from the absolute center of the fairway. Shot the place just slightly uphill. All just a little bit above her feet.
She's hit every fairway in this final round.
Important to start hitting greens, make it easy on herself. Not like the last couple holes.
That might need to get down just a shade.
It did.
No, it's okay.
It'll be speedy.
Back to 9.
See if Ryan O'Toole can make it back-to-back birdies at the 8th and 9th, get to +1. Oh, wow. What a miss. Couldn't have been more than 2 feet, dead straight in. Tried to jam it, pushed it just a little bit.
Yeah, she's very competitive, and you can see that coming out there.
Yep. Headed 14.
Jie Shin, second.
She's got 140 to the hole. There's a little left of the hole.
And inside, so she'll have a birdie putt. And Paula Creamer for par 10.
I was talking to her caddy walking down this fairway, and he said, she's just out of it. She's a little bit out of it mentally, alluding really to that putt at 8 that she ran so far by.
And that's a caddy that knows a little something about what it takes to win these championships. Colin Can, Paula's caddy, was on the bag of Annika Sorenstam back in '95 when she won this championship.
Up at 16 just a moment ago. Suzanne Pedersen for birdie 2. Speedy. A lot of break to the left. And Suzanne with her 4th birdie of the round, but unfortunately has had 5 bogeys. It's been that kind of week for her, up and down. So we go to the 10th.
And here's this slick breaking putt, Johnny. You talked about Stanford for par.
Yeah, you got to hit a great putt here. It looks easy on TV, but you can see there's right to left in it, and it's quick.
And Johnny, it would be a hard one to swallow to walk away with bogey here, having hit the fairway and just having 7 iron in.
No problem. Made it look easy, but that broke a lot. Good stroke. Real nice. Her putter is holding her in to this final round.
Christy Kerr, tee shot at the 12th on the way.
Going with an 8 iron. This is going well right at the hole location. Trying to get it to come down with the slope.
It's going to hang right there. That's going to leave a downhill left to right breaking putt as we go back to 11.
And the second shot for So Yun Yu.
This is a hard hole location to get at too. With a hook lie, it's back on the right side. Deep on the right side.
Yu is just a shot back.
And that putt is going to be incredibly slow.
16.
Yanni Sen for her birdie. Oh, that will be the story of her week. So many missed putts. Back at 14.
Korean flag out, cheering on Hee Kyun So. They call her the supermodel in the fairway back in Korea. She has her own clothing line, which you see her modeling there. And we talked about it earlier in the day. Once her latest clothes get out into the stores in Korea, they sell out immediately.
She turned 25 on Friday, so she could have a nice birthday celebration in a couple hours. But might have to wait till tomorrow morning for the final groups to finish.
Yep.
But she could get done her 72nd hole tonight and just watch tomorrow.
Rounds of 72 and 73 to start out. Boy, it has been some kind of weekend. And keep in mind, she has only had 2 rounds in the 60s all year leading up to this. It could be 2 back-to-back and in the biggest theater.
Yeah, that 68 was tied for low this morning, so it's not the weekend. It's today. She's going to shoot 68, maybe 67, which it could be at both rounds the low round of the days. Today.
Yeah, prior to today, she'd never shot a subpar round in 3 U.S. Opens. Stanford over at 11 off the tee.
It's a good drive. Cut the corner there.
Seems to be a real calm over Angela. Picked up here very relaxed, smiling, just as Kay described earlier, just walking up, hitting putts, kind of what you need to do. Don't let any extracurricular stuff get in your mind. Do your best to stay focused and win the biggest championship of women's golf. The U.S. Women's Open continues.
And at the ninth, Mika Miyazato with her third shot as the chimes from the Will Rogers Monument go off once again. That should funnel back around and give her a chance to get it to even par. We go ahead to 11.
And this will be a birdie try for you from a long distance. Actually, for a moment we thought Yoon Hee Ji would play, but Sun Young Yu is set to play. And this is going to be a birdie attempt for her. She had a 77 in the third round after a 68 in the second round. It looked like she might challenge the leaders, but not to be.
Could be a costly 3-putt there.
Well, her fellow competitors should learn from that speed, though. Turn that mistake into your advantage.
So now here is you.
3 under par right there. One back.
And just 21.
It's amazing, really, when you think of 21-year-olds, 2s, 3s, 4s, are learning this complex game so quickly and to be so talented and a complete player by that age. It shows a lot of hard work.
Well, I think it shows an early choice, an early commitment to one sport. A lot of these players, this is all they have ever done. They haven't played softball, they haven't played volleyball, they haven't skied, they've just done the golf thing.
It's a good approach putt by you. Very good chance to stay at 3 under. And over at 14, so to stay at 4 under.
Not much more than a tap in here. Jia Shin has already missed her birdie putt and tapped in for par.
Another hole checked off in the final round. 4 left. And to the 9th.
Ai Miyazato has a chance for a birdie here. Downhill putt, swinging from her right. Nice. So that's back-to-back birdies for Ai Miyazato. She gets to even par for the championship. Just 4 off the lead with 9 holes left to play. We move ahead to the 12th. Christy Kerr with a big left-to-right breaking putt here. Tough to judge the speed off a high spot. Oh, she's hit a good one. Back at the par 5 9th, Mika Miyazato for her birdie.
Disappointing there.
Yeah. Certainly one of the easier holes on the golf course. But that hole location, you have to take advantage of it.
Such a good attitude, doesn't she, though?
Sun is out. Colorado Springs, the Broadmoor. And it is a beautiful time of the evening here. Got about an hour and 20 minutes or so left of daylight.
It's a nice time of day to play, isn't it, with the shadows? And, of course, looks its absolute best this time of the day, the next hour.
Serene atmosphere here. Nerves churning on the course and the players. With So coming down the stretch here at the final round. See if she can post a good enough number to maybe win it over at the 9th.
IK Kim makes a birdie. Gives her to +3. Over at 15. So on the tee. Not an easy driving hole here. Dog leg left, but the flow of the land is from left to right.
There's a bunker on that left side. You can see just over her left shoulder that you want no part of, Gary.
Yeah, very big lip on that bunker.
It's 267 yards to that bunker.
This turning left, this will miss the fairway left.
First one of the day, and it finds the primary stuff.
Well, it could have been worse. Could have ended up in that long grass or the bunker.
Back at the 12th, Christy Kerr for her par. Safely in. She remains 3 off the lead. Really needs to hit some better iron shots. That has been her nemesis this final round. Not giving herself enough good chances for birdies. So we go back to 11.
And Paula Creamer.
Dan with a lot of distance between her ball and the hole, 203 yards for this second shot.
Oh, that's going left, Kay.
Yes, it is. Trying to, well, she may get away with it.
Well, in the deep stuff long left, that'll be a slow and difficult chip shot.
Stanford is next, tied for the lead.
Angela hit a beautiful drive, as you mentioned, and has 185 yards left. It's a hard hole location to get close to. I would think she'd play a little more safely out to the left.
Hardest hole on the course.
Down.
This going left of the center of the green.
Oh.
Not a good shot. That's an important up and in for her. But that's not going to be, she's going to have to make a putt probably in the 8-foot range to save par.
She's been pretty solid. We'll see how solid she's going to be with that, perhaps.
Putting
12.
great.
You on the tee. At the par 3.
She set up Gary trying to play a
draw, and it is turning left. Will it get up? It does not. That with a 7-iron. So coming down the stretch, final round of the United States Women's Open Championship. Angela Stanford just over the back of the green at the 11th. She's tied for the lead. Can she get it up and down? Stay with us.
So, who is not away, but what about a report on her lie, Roger?
Well, it's not a particularly good lie, not the worst I've seen, but also a blind shot with a bad angle. Got a big bank of a bunker in front of her, so she can't see any part of the green surface.
Well, the hole is located in the back left, Raj, so anything out to the right would at least give her an angle to play in.
Well, I don't think it's so bad, Gary, that it necessitates a layup, but certainly she'll want to make her miss right here and short. But she's got a shot at getting in on the right side of the green, I believe.
Okay, start over. You're like right, see the round tree? You're like right edge of it. So we need you right on that number, okay?
Just a little right on.
Yep.
Gary, they're talking about looking right at a number, and there's a number on the camera tower that says 15 up high, so she's looking at the right side of the camera tower back here. Your tower.
Got it started on that line.
And it comes up just
that's
short.
going to go
Stay.
back. That should roll back down the hill. Oh, it stayed. Fortunate. That ball could have rolled back another 8 or 10 yards.
Sure makes that shot easier off a bit of an upslope, Gary.
Yeah, and she'll be able to see everything. If it goes back down the bottom of the hill, you don't see all the green from there.
Seems happy with that result.
Back at 11.
Tough shot for Creamer.
Chipping across the width of the screen, took the high route.
Oh, that was really a cool shot. She got a tough putt left, but I think a good thing for Angela Stanford to be able to look at, saw what the ball did on the ground.
Took a big swing, huh, Dottie?
That was a lot of grass to move it through, and gosh, she had the better part of 30 yards.
And now Stanford.
This is a deceptive lie. It looks better than it actually is.
Chunked it.
Yeah, that was the type of lie you could easily kind of fluff. It was nestled down, sort of almost like a little buried lie.
She definitely didn't keep her head down.
Sure didn't waste any time thinking about it either.
She peaked pretty early, it looked like to me. I just got a glimpse, but too far behind it, way too far behind it. Should have played it farther back in her stance.
It almost looks as if her pace of play is intentionally keep going, don't think about all this too much. Again, that's just speculation, but again, it's been pointed out by Kay Cockrell on the course and you, Dottie, as well. Over at the 12th.
Yu with her second. Very straightforward little shot here. Just landed on the green, let it release down to the hole. She has hammered that.
Yeah,
wow.
A lot of nerves going on now.
Yeah, I guess. We go back over to the 9th where Morgan Pressel is finishing up her championship.
She was so much the story last time this championship visited this area up the road at Cherry Hills.
Stunned by the bunker shot by Birdie Kim on the 72nd hole to snatch it away.
Boy, I'll say.
Snatched it away from her and Brittany Lang.
Yeah, that was a wild bunker shot to go in. Impossible shot almost.
Just past 9 o'clock out east. Just past 7 o'clock out here, Mountain Time, Colorado Springs. U.S. Women's Open Championship continues. It will not be over until tomorrow because of 5 weather delays, which have totaled some 17 hours. You're looking at the leader, Hee Kyung So, 25-year-old from Seoul, South Korea, who now lives in Orlando, Florida. All likelihood she will finish her round today at 4 under, currently tied with Angela Stanford, has 1 win here in the United States, but a proven winner in Korea. But again, this is a whole different story.
She might have to worry just slightly about soling this club behind the ball with that steep slope. Pretty good move, Raj.
Yeah, I don't know if it's quite that precarious, but certainly a very good break. That ball didn't roll down to the bottom of the hill.
All I'm saying is you don't want to be pushing it too much behind that ball. I know that.
Now a pitch that's uphill, and as Gary said, has a view of the green surface from the ball standing here, and it will move to her right. And it starts to go over a little ridge just short of the hole, some 15 feet, and then it'll start running down and away to the right. Well, that's really nice. That's really nice.
She's played a bunch of delicate shots so well.
Back at 11.
Long putt for par for Stanford.
Oh boy, and that slipped so outside of the gimme range. That's a good 3.5 footer there.
Over at the 12th.
Yu with her putt for a par. Now this one back up against the mountain, so very slow and moving to her right. Never firm enough, never on line.
Leaders are making bogeys.
Yeah. Would you talk about open pressure, Johnny? Especially on that final 9.
Second shot for Kerr, 187 at the 13th. That's what she thinks about it.
This has been her miss literally all 4th round. You can see her belt buckle rise up high. She comes out of the shot. It's almost a quick wipe. No carry on it at all.
Didn't you say she's been doing that all year?
That has been her miss all year, yes.
Okay. At the 10th for Ai Miyazato, who is at even par with 9 holes left. Making the turn here with a chance.
That wonderful tempo of hers. Not a bad leave.
Coming off the back-to-back birdies at 8 and 9 to get herself back into the picture.
Both Miyazatos had such great opportunity to spread themselves from the field, and they just let it slip. A lot of pressure to have a Japanese win the U.S. Women's Open.
Back of the 9th.
Never happened before.
See if Pressel can finish off her championship with a birdie. We've seen that a lot this week.
We've seen that look a lot, Gary.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, a lot of frustration on these greens.
Over at the 11th, as you look at the board, Stanford's going to lose at least 1. So at 4 under. He's got a par-saving putt at 15 coming up. Creamer with a nice stroke.
I think there's a lot of pride at this point for Paula Creamer. Wants to go out with a positive experience defending her championship. Gave it her all.
That was a beautiful par saver.
I think that putter is trying to respond because it knows it's in big trouble.
Yeah, it's got closet time coming up, doesn't it?
This putter needs to respond right now. This is a bogey putt for Stanford.
Dan, after she hit that par putt and ran it a good 3.5 feet by, she went off to the side of the green, just shook her head, looked up at the sky as if she couldn't believe she just made basically 3 mistakes in a row.
Well, she seems to be taking a little more time here.
Take one more deep breath and then go. Give it a little time.
Beautiful setup. Real square. Oh man.
Oh my
Give
goodness.
a quick peek.
That's a.
Let's take a second look here.
Yeah, wipe across. So doesn't know what's going on, but she just got a double gift.
Yep, she's got a chance to keep that 2-shot lead that you see right now. Remember, she's got a par putt coming up at 15. We go to 13 for Kerr. Jane?
And not a great lie in the first cut of rough here. They have to chip it all the way across the green. Needs to get it running on the ground quickly. It's going back up against the mountain.
Going with a 6-iron, it looks like. Chip and run.
I think that's a very, very good play, and one that I don't think players use quite often enough. It's a pretty low-risk shot, really.
Yeah, it was good, but you can see she misread that by 4 feet.
Up to 16.
Just a moment ago, Candy Kung had this very speedy downhill putt for birdie 2, moving a little right to left. And just sneaks it in on the high side. Candy Kung, a runner-up in this championship back in 2009. She moves to 4 over par. And back at 15. So we'll have a chance to keep the lead at 2.
This could be the putt of the championship right here, Gary. She somehow can get this in with a 2-stroke spread. Gives her a little bit of air there between.
Well, the 16th and 17th certainly not difficult holes. As, Shin will putt first for her par, Raj.
Yes, left it well short from about 35 feet to a little bit more than 5 feet now, close to 6 feet here. And putting up the hill toward the shrine, might have a little movement to the right in it, but I don't think much. I think it's pretty straight.
Gary, there probably could not be a better grouping here for So, paired with Jie Shin all day long. They're good friends. So followed Jie Shin kind of out of that Korean golf factory. In fact, she wanted to see how Jie Shin practiced. So in the summer of 2008, actually visited Shin, trained with her. She thought she was doing a lot of work, working 5-6 hours a day, and found out that Shin worked nearly twice that much. And so that really got her focused. And so she credits her good friend Jie Shin for kind of getting her over the top, getting her to the next elite level in this game, and all day long paired with her.
Now this just inside 4 feet, and this downhill, you got to make a choice here. Are you going to baby it down there, or are you going to try to hit it in with a little speed?
And don't change your thought midstream.
Sunrise of better, beautiful.
Yeah, that was really clutch. So clutch pars at 13, 14, and 15, and she will go to the par 3 16th with a 2-shot lead.
Here's So, who again just turned 25 on Friday. Sectional qualifier. There's only been 2 qualifiers who have won the Women's Open. Hillary Lunke in 2003, Birdie Kim in 2005. She came out as the medalist at Fiddler's Elbow Country Club in Bedminster back in May, one of 20 qualifying sites around the country. And again, just her 3rd U.S. Women's Open appearance.
And 7 under par for the day. So that is fantastic. Long day for her, but she's played twice as good as anyone else today. She's really sort of earned this title. You've got a lot of golf left to play, but really looks good so far.
Kerr trying to stay at 1 under. How many of these par saving putts have we seen by Christy Kerr all week?
Just a ton. She has added to the stress level.
And this will be outside right. Going to swing to her left. Oh, beautiful stroke.
Add another one to the list, and Kerr stays in red figures. Lurking 3 back. Up to 12.
Angela Stanford on the tee at the par 3.
Well, she's hooking that one in from right to left.
With a 7-iron, will it hold? Just sneaks through into the back fringe, but
Not awful.
no, makeable from there. Pitch back uphill. Go to 10.
And this is a par putt for Ai Miyazato.
Came up well short with her birdie attempt.
So we'll be keeping an eye on her. She's got the most holes of any of the contenders left. At 18, Yanni Sen for par, who was bidding to become the youngest career Grand Slam winner in history, male or female. She's got all the majors except this U.S. Women's Open title. 73 for Yanni and 40 on her second 9 in this final round, plus 6 for the championship.
And at the 16th, so ready with her tee shot. It does play downhill some 17 feet from the teeing area to the green.
This is a 7-iron, Gary. And I can tell you this, she does not know she has a 2-shot lead. The scoreboard immediately next to the 15th green said that she was even with Stanford at 4, so there's no way she knows she has a lead.
Now she got a very fortunate bounce there, and she knows it. Big smile on her face. Ball could have easily kicked to the right into the bunker. Yeah.
When you got it going.
And she knows she's got one. Yeah. Okay. Well, Hee-Kyung So with the 2-shot lead. Great bounce at the 16th. She'll have a birdie putt there and a chance to maybe increase that lead when we come back.
We continue live on NBC from the Broadmoor in Colorado Springs. This U.S. Women's Open on a marathon Sunday, and Hee-Kyung So taking charge of this championship.
You know,
3 holes left. As we take a look at how she got to this 4-under number, it was really a stretch here in the first part of her opening 9 of this earlier today when she reeled off 4 consecutive birdies. That was a birdie at the 6th. Another look here for birdie at the 7th.
This was unexpected, wasn't it?
It was a total bonus, and that ball was cooking when I went in the hole.
She really hits through those putts just great. And again, this putt is really fast.
This was a birdie at 8. That
Finds its way into that little funnel, Dan.
got it a 4-under. That was 3 in a row and 4 birdies in the first 8 holes of this final round. This was coming off a 68, so she had all sorts of good momentum, and through the chimes of the Shrine, she hit her 3rd at the par 5 9th.
And just does what you're supposed to do, hit it up into that bank and let it gravity be your friend.
And so she had a chance to get it to 5 under, complete 4 consecutive birdies of her opening 9 of the final round, tying the low 9 of the championship with a 31. So she was at 5 under, did bogey the 10th, but then has reeled off 5 more consecutive pars. Some really impressive up and downs in the last few holes.
Yeah, 3 in a row.
Here's a look at the card. That bogey at the 10th, and then since play resumed, after a 2-hour or so delay, she's reeled off 5 straight pars, leader by 2. If you look at Stanford over at the 12th.
Yeah, she has elected to putt the ball.
Gary, the height of that intermediate cut is quite a bit higher than the collar.
That was showed me she didn't have a lot of confidence in her chipping
not
game.
comfortable. Yeah, that you easily could have chipped that ball. And the danger is when you putt it out of this intermediate cut, the ball will bounce, and that's just what this does. Hops straight up in the air, and that takes all the speed off of it.
Actually caught it a touch on the toe as well, so it wasn't solid.
Head at 13.
So Yun Yu and her 3rd shot at the par 4. One of 4 players currently under par.
Boy, it was going in the hole. She'd hit it.
So that left to stay 2 back of So over at 16.
Well, she has a chance, So does, to increase that lead right here.
And a putt that will slice to her right. And the scoreboard here shows her again still even with Stanford, both at 4 under. They have not corrected the scoreboard here at 16 green.
Well, this is the club, Raj. It's really given her this lead. She had 2 0 putts, 14 1 putts, and 17 2 putts starting this morning. So it's wonderful to be able to putt like this under pressure.
I'm not sure you could see this coming either. Her best finish in the last month is a tie for 20th.
One darts hard to the right, and it has a little speed, so be left with another little tester for par. And Jie Shin hit it in close. We'll take a look at how she got there. Very simple swing with a 6 iron, and this was always a good looking shot. So now live, her putt for the birdie.
Gary, just to kind of cap off the relationship between Shin and So, it was So who said she won the first competition of her career. She played with Shin in the last round, was very nervous at the 16th hole, and Shin came up to her and said, just relax and enjoy your shots in the game. You can do it. And there's the scoreboard that they still have not updated with a double bogey by Stanford.
I'm not so sure it's so late that there aren't volunteers there to work that board.
I'm not
Maybe
so
they're
sure.
feeling the fatigue as well.
Maybe they are.
I'm not so sure that isn't a good break for So, because it keeps her playing firm. You know, I mean, instead of like,
Playing aggressive
I got
golf.
a 2-shot lead, I better be cautious.
Back to 14.
And look at the rainbow that Christy Kerr has ahead of her at the 14th. Beautiful sight.
It is beautiful. Great to see that rainbow. Just a pitching wedge for Kerr from 128.
Stay with that one, Jane.
This is going right at it.
Chew. Sit.
Chew, chew, bite, bite. She's got all the words, doesn't she? And she even mentioned the rainbow. She landed that one in 16.
So for the par. Uh-oh. Raj, some sort of distraction?
Some distraction from behind. I think a golf cart in the distance made a little noise. And also just starting to sprinkle ever so lightly right now.
And we understand there was rain headed to the area, but the good news is there was no electricity in it, so we do not expect another delay.
See this pre-shot routine, kind of tucking your shirt in. That was something Annika Sorenstam did a lot. Pre-shot routine a lot the same.
Okay, safely in. Remains at 4 under. Lead remains 2. Back to 13.
And the preferred shot shape here is a cut, Dottie, at 13.
It is. You can use the terrain to help you hit that cut, or you can go ahead and make it move left to right to begin with, but we've chronicled it pretty well all week. She's made some swing changes to make that shot more her predominant shot. Needs to sit.
Just on the first cut, up ahead on the green. So Yun Yu for par to remain tied with Stanford for second. So Yu looking solid. We'll head to the par 4 14th. And we head to the par 5 17th, where Jie Shin is on the tee of the 600-yard par 5. Again, altitude and heading down.
You need a good drive. You cannot afford to miss this fairway.
In the last 5 minutes, we've had a little breeze kick up, more than just a gentle breeze in the last 5 minutes or so that could be a factor, coming with a little bit of sprinkles.
Now So.
Missed her first fairway, what, 2 holes ago, Dottie?
That's correct. It's been a pretty impressive driving exhibition.
Hit that pole. I don't know if that's nerves or what. We'll see if that happens again on these last 2 holes.
Good.
For the year, she hits about 76% of the fairway, so may not be long, which is pretty straight.
You know, at the start of this morning, So was tied for 21st. And the fact that she's 7 under par for this day is just a great feat. It really is. It's impressive.
Pressure packed, long week continues at the Broadmoor in the shadows of Cheyenne Mountain, where So is a couple holes away, perhaps, of winning the U.S. Women's Open. Well, check out this bizarre scene just a moment ago. This group, including So and Jie Shin, running down the hill of the par 5 17th. Now, we understand that they have been asked to speed up play a little bit. But here you are, you're leading the Women's Open. So's going to take a breather. Jie Shin's going to keep on trucking.
You know, I think the most impressive thing is our cameramen are keeping up with them step by step.
No word on Roger yet, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Kerr for birdie at 14. So Kerr to stay at 1 under if she makes that par putt coming back. And Paula Creamer next to play over at 13. Okay?
You like at it?
Yeah, just to help. That's a breathing tube
Yeah.
right there, right?
Talking things over with Colin Can, and Dan grinding to the end, made a good par save at the last hole, 2 good par saves in a row. Another long yardage into a par 4 though. 212 yards to the hole, and she said her fairway wood's great.
Oh, all over it, running by a bit, but Angela Stanford is next. And Stanford's career in this championship, best finish. We talked about that close call and a playoff with Hillary Lunke, the eventual champion at Pumpkin Ridge. Kelly Robbins was also a part of that epic playoff. This is Stanford's 40th major. She has 4 top 5s.
Ball's going left.
Oh boy, that is low and left, Johnny, and that's going to end up in some very long, thick rough.
That's a tough up and in there. Second toughest hole this week. Only 22 birdies, the fewest allowed on any hole, this 13th hole. And she's obviously going to struggle to make par and got to be careful not to make double.
Kari Webb for birdie at 14. Putter waking up a bit for Kari.
Nice read.
She moves it to +1. Little rain shower. So taking cover.
She can hit this ball down there in the fairway. She got a chance to really make a birdie, and that will really solidify her position.
Roger, have you heard anything about the pace of play and the running down the hill at 17?
I have not. Somebody may have said please speed up, but I have not heard of any warnings or any timings going on. Now the wind here downhill, it's a downhill shot, and the wind helping in a little bit from left to right.
Crucial to get this ball in the fairway, Roger.
Very important. Certainly make the next a lot easier.
Hole location's in a good spot, back left for the third shot. She can keep this in the fairway.
This will be just fine.
So while we have a moment, let's bring in Bernie Lara, the USGA Director of Amateur Status, Rules of Golf. Bernie, you've heard anything about this group being asked to pick up the pace?
Well, as they were finishing the 16th hole and going to the 17th tee, the group ahead of them on the par 5 were finishing putting, and we like to have the people on the par 5s have hit their drives before the people on the green finish putting. So they were just simply asked to speed up the play and close the gap.
And
there wasn't any kind of warning given, though.
they're continuing to speed up play as So continues to half jog down the fairway, seemingly relaxed. Dottie, all systems go here with a 2-shot lead, trying to close it out here and then wait around for tomorrow's finish to see if anybody would catch her. But still, she's got a lot of work left here.
She has a lot of work left to do. She still has to hit a third here, and she's got an incredibly difficult tee shot and second at the 18th. They've given them a break where the hole location is at 18, but she's still got a ton of work ahead of her.
I actually don't know if she knows she has a 2-shot lead. That, like I said, that might be an advantage, but there'll probably be a scoreboard on 17 near the green, and so when she gets up there, she might have a nice, pleasant surprise. Her birthday was on Friday. That could be her birthday present of the week.
Birthday, how about Christmas?
Yeah.
Nice little stroll down the 17th. We'll go over to Angela Stanford at 13. And what does this lie like?
It's actually not that bad. I thought it'd be a lot worse. She's found an area of grass where it's a little more wispy and it's shorter in length. Problem is she's going downwind and has no green to work with.
That looked like such a tired second shot there for Angela Stanford. And a bad bounce there.
Well, as the legs get tired, the ball starts going left, and that's what you're seeing. Even So hitting the drive left on the one hole, your legs don't do what they're supposed to do, and then the hands take over.
Over at the 14th, and you can see the rain coming down for you. 2 back, second shot.
14 in that stretch of the golf course where all the greens sit perched up. Really difficult seconds.
And back over to the par 5 17th. So setting up for her third.
Roger, you're right. That wind has really picked up. Look at those flags.
It is whipping now, and if it stays this way, the tee shots at 18 are going to be directly into this wind, and it's pretty stout right now.
And this leaderboard, Roger, is updated. So if So doesn't know already that she's got a 2-shot lead, you'd imagine she might take a little peek. There's her caddy, Kurt Kowalik. He is Canadian. He played collegiately at Wyoming. The story is he was working in a sporting goods store when a friend asked him to caddy some mini tour events back in 05. He's worked his way up and was on the bag for Sun Young Yu, and she won the match play last year and hasn't been with So very long.
This is from 130 yards.
Oh, what a bounce.
What an aggressive shot. What a good bounce.
And he just might be on the bag of a U.S. Women's Open champion. Hee Kyung So through the raindrops and a beautiful rainbow in the Colorado sky. Early evening in Colorado Springs, 7:30 Mountain Time, 9:30 out east, and nothing but smiles for So. Kind of a fantasy-like world out here for Hee Kyung So. See Azahara Munoz, her playing competitor there. They're checking out the rainbow. Look at that scene. Through the raindrops. It is all a pretty picture for So right now. There's no doubt about it. Just 2 holes left here. Stanford's over at 13 for par. Long way away.
Trying to figure out how to make a bogey, really.
Yeah, I remember she made a double back at the 11th, and possibility of having 2 in 3 holes.
So Stanford's going to be 3 back of the leader. This was a moment ago at 12.
Ryan O'Toole had a chance for a birdie 2. Back up the hill, moving to the right, and yes, she knocks it right in there. That moves her into the top 10 at +2, quickly to 14.
And this is Yu coming down to the hole. Way short, so all of a sudden Stanford's losing a shot. Yu could lose a shot, and So's lead could be 3 clear of everybody.
This could be a night where she sleeps none or like a baby.
I like her odds right now.
I'm thinking she's going to sleep pretty well.
Seems to have a tremendous attitude. Of course, if you're 7 under for the day on the last 2 rounds of the U.S. Open, you got to be feeling pretty smiley.
Yeah, and I think a big advantage for her, no repairing. They just kept playing. They basically had 40 minutes between tee times, so you just roll with what's already going well.
And I think the rain delay was like perfect timing. She just made the bogey at 10, and maybe things were going to start to unravel possibly, and got a chance to collect herself and made the good up and ins through the tough holes. And now she might have a chance to make this putt.
Her role model is Julie Inkster. She used to watch Julie Inkster in Korea on TV, and she not only enjoyed Julie's play, but knew that Julie has 2 daughters, and admitted how, or really admired, I should say, how Julie juggled a career of motherhood and playing on the LPGA Tour, and has said publicly that while many of the Koreans are not getting married and not having children, she says it is her desire to get married, have a family, and kind of do what Julie Inkster did.
This now a little uphill, some left to right in it. Wind coming hard from her left to right.
And this wind really whipping, isn't it, Raj?
Yeah, it is. It's coming pretty hard right now. I'm going to tell you, it's 20 miles an hour or more.
So while she resets, we go over for the bogey putt at 13 for Stanford.
Such a hard putt in these conditions.
Her putter's been strong in these pressure holes this 4th round. It's not, that club is not hurting her. It's the other shots.
Back at 17 for birdie. Wind whips her ponytail over her head. She's going
to stop and remark it again, I believe, and start her routine over.
Roger,
maybe not. Yes, she is.
Is there any chance you saw her peek over at the leaderboard?
I have not seen her look over there this hole, John. I've been watching her very closely. She did look at both 15 and 16, but has not looked to her right yet.
Obviously, the wind is going to make this break twice as much as it normally would left to right. Well, it's not breaking much.
Looking putt.
Must be sheltered down where that hole is. That was a good putt, Roger.
Well, it was certainly a firm effort at it. Good stroke.
She really hits through the putts well. A lot like the best putters you see. That's the one characteristic. They hit through those putts.
Par putt at 14 for you. If this doesn't go down, so if she makes her par at 17, is going to have a 3-shot lead. But you rams it home.
Man.
But the speed with which that went in the hole.
Look at she's
ramming
like,
speed, and she stays 2 back.
Yeah, she's still in there.
So now you've got 2 Koreans at the top of the board, and the Americans trailing by 3. Christy Kerr, Angela Stanford. And speaking of Kerr, she's at 15.
And she has driven into the right rough, but has drawn a relatively good lie. First cut of primary rough. Well, she's asking for it to sit. It does. Comes up short, well short of the hole, but good shot from the rough. Ahead to 17.
And a little par business left here for So to stay 2 ahead of you.
It's the only player in the field without a 3-putt green the whole championship.
Sounds like Paula Creamer last year
That's
at Oakmont.
Something on these greens, these tough to read greens. Somehow she has been the one player that has not misread very many putts at all.
Well, we noticed that this morning. When everybody else was really struggling, she was the one shining spot that seemed to have the lines and the speed matched up.
But I bet that hole looks like a thimble right now, Roger.
It would to me.
Oh.
Just had a feeling.
So we were talking
tried
about
to rip that in.
We were talking about a 3-shot lead a few seconds ago.
That
1-shot lead. That changes everything. Playing the tough 18th, toughest hole of the championship all week.
Yeah, that changes everything. You're right. 3-shot lead is really nice. You can see she's a little bit shocked right now.
You could tell it by her initial reaction.
Crowd behind her thinking she was going to tap this in, and they can't believe it. So all of a sudden, 21-year-old Yu is 1 back, and that brings Kerr, Stanford within 2. And Kerr's over at 15.
Yeah, lengthy birdie putt on the way, but never far enough to the left.
Doing it to herself again, Gary.
I'm telling you, a round like this will give you so much gray hair. It'll just wear you out.
Kerr seems to thrive in chaos. Oh. She's got it going on every which way right now.
Find a way to make it simpler.
So with a 3-putt unlikely bogey at 17 has let you back in it, giving Kerr and Stanford new life. We'll be right back as we continue from the Broadmoor. Welcome back to the Broadmoor, where play began at 6:45 this morning local time. Golfers still out on the course. So is going to finish this round, but you can see how her demeanor has changed considerably after the bogey at 17. Yu's big par saver at 14 has kept her at 2 under, and all of a sudden the entire complexion of the championship has changed as she plays the most difficult hole of the week. It's averaging a half shot over par. So has parred the hole in each round, but
and into the wind with her short tee shots, so she only averages 255. This is going to be a big hole for her to get.
Look at the wind
too. Yeah, dead into the wind, and this is a daunting par. If she can make a par here, good on her. But that 3-putt, she might have peeked and saw the leaderboard. Her caddy might have mentioned it to her, which she don't want to do, but she putted that a little bit like she knew that was a key putt.
But remember how long it took her to hit that first putt? She backed off 3 times,
Yeah.
so she was unsettled from the very beginning at that green.
yeah, that had a lot to do with the wind that gusted up. So it was kind of strange things happening. We've seen Mother Nature act up all week long, and
what an important tee shot. If she can hit a really good tee shot with good flight, that'll make a big difference on this hole. This is a tough hole to make par on.
Good.
That's a really good boring low shot with a lot of run. That was the key, Dottie, wasn't it, to get it off and run? But that's a long second shot right there.
Well, it bore beautifully into the wind, but she has a very long second coming up from a hanging lie.
And into the wind. So who knows what could happen from there.
Well, she certainly didn't stay back on her right side. She stayed with what's worked beautifully all day. She's missed just 1 fairway.
to 15.
Christy Kerr with yet another one of these nervous length putts for par.
She can be firm with it. Not much break. Yeah, clutch.
And she will have a pleasant surprise, Jane, when she looks at the leaderboard next.
Yes, I believe she will. There's no give up in Christy Kerr, for goodness sakes. Yeah, she just looked right now.
Back at 14.
And Paula Creamer with her second K.
Has 161 yards to the back right hole location.
Oh, a little bit off, right? Yeah, not much. It was a little bit into.
I would think that Angela Stanford is paying particular attention to this, as her ball's just 2 paces ahead of Paula, so almost the identical shot she'll be hitting. The breeze has died down significantly. And that was a good visual to follow. That was a very nice shot by Paula Creamer.
28 41 balls.
Stanford, who suddenly is just 2 shots back again.
Playing 45.
Caddy Brian Dilly talking her through this. Telling her to come on, complete your backswing and give it a go. Finish your backswing and give yourself a chance.
Not an easy hole location. Back right.
Angela has no idea what So has done up ahead. She has not seen an updated leaderboard. It didn't sound very solid.
Again, to the left, tired legs.
And up at 18. So has a long way in for a second, doesn't she, Raj?
She does. She'll have 192 yards left, but Azahara Munoz will be first from 193. Now's the whole dog legs right, the wind more off the left, not so much against. Ball below the feet. I would look for some kind of fade to come up here.
And here is Munoz, and again, these players paired together all day long. Munoz at plus 13. Grew up in Malaga, Spain.
I think a player with a really bright future. She was last year's Louise Suggs Rookie of the Year. She dominated that last year.
European Amateur Champion a few years back.
What's the strength of her game, Dottie?
Well, she's very consistent, and she's got a fire that burns hard within her.
Look at the rain coming down.
Good shot.
Really that should bound right in there beautifully. Well done.
Munoz has kept it together pretty nicely in this final round after a double bogey start at the first. And now the rain combined with the wind, and so the pressure of this approach shot to this 18th on a long, long day.
She has such good fundamentals. If she can just not think too much here, I think she'll hit a good shot.
Hanging lie.
Oh, a chime right in the backswing.
Remember, we saw that happen once earlier today. She made birdie.
Gets it across the water, comes up onto the front of the green.
And that's a good place to putt from. What a great shot.
That
is
chime. Incredible this long week, and right in the backswing. Will Rogers Shrine sounds off.
Oh, Will could have cost her the Open.
Amazing. Let's go to 15 for you.
And her second shot. Another beautiful drive. She's hit 11 of 12 fairways today, but she doesn't like that one. Came out of it a little bit. It's going to find the green, but a long way from the hole. Severely uphill, very slow putt left from there. Let's move ahead to 16. Christy Kerr on the tee.
And the wind whipping across from left to right now. This hole playing 163, just 5 off the right, this front hole location. It's an 8-iron.
Well, if she's going to force a playoff, she's got to birdie this one, Gary. And the next
going
one.
right at it.
Well, she likes the line, but it's way deep.
Well, she's made 2 birdies here this week.
Yeah, well, this
She's going to need
tough
3.
one. Yeah, this has got a huge swing from right to left.
So here comes So. Who just turned 25 years old on Friday. Again, a Korean has not won on the tour this year, but that is a big surprise considering that they have dominated this tour. 18 Koreans currently in the top 50 in the world. Only 8 Americans. That is the way the LPGA Tour has gone in recent years. So currently number 30 in the world. And again, the one LPGA win last year. This could rocket her stardom even further back in Korea, especially clothing line back there, well known back in Korea, but a win in the U.S. Women's Open puts you on an entirely different level.
Her countenance is so pleasant, it's hard not to pull for her.
Her mother is here. In fact, after the weather delay, we saw her greet her mother, spend a couple of hours just kind of calming down and regrouping, and I think that was a pretty important time of the championship because she was just coming off a bogey at the 10th. But on this back 9 has strung together all those pars, that one hiccup at the 17th, the 3-putt at the par 5, and then after Will Rogers sounded off, she still just gutted a 192-yard fairway metal up onto the green. Over at 14, Stanford for birdie.
Can she 2-putt this?
Oh, she's got to hit it, Johnny. This is so slow.
Not even close, and the read was 6 feet off.
At 16, Kari Webb on the tee.
And also going with an 8-iron. And this starting at the flag but drifting right with the wind. She has let some chances go in the last few holes.
Up to 18.
So began her 3rd round, as we mentioned, at 6:45 a.m. local time this morning. 8 shots off of the lead. And now more than 13 hours later is 6 under on this day of golf. And we won't know until tomorrow if a couple of putts here will end up being the winning score at 3 under. We've still got Kerr out there on the golf course who will not finish up. But this will be an amazing Sunday to cap off an amazing week for So.
Sheesh.
First to putt here is Azahara Munoz.
Slow putt up the hill.
Going to slice to the right.
Product of the Spanish Golf Federation. Got a bunch of really good young players. That effort being headed up by Marta Figueres Doty, a former LPGA player, former winner on the LPGA Tour.
Over to 14 for Stanford. Can she make one more par saver?
When that wind is picked up again, hard to stay stable.
That 3-putt really hurt.
The double and then that.
And Stanford is quickly back to even, 3 behind So. And 4 holes left for Stanford.
This is a good place to putt from, Roger. It's
yeah.
A little slow, and it's just a right to lefter, isn't it?
Just a little bit of right to left coming up there, Johnny. It's almost up the fall line, really. I mean, this is the angle you'd want to putt from here.
Sayri Pak started it all back at Black Wolf Run in 1998. It was Birdie Kim blasting out of the bunker at Cherry Hills for another win for Korea. Then NB Park at Interlaken, Yoon Hee Ji at Saucon Valley a couple of years ago, and Hee Kyun So could be the next one.
2 putts for a 68-68 Sunday.
The slope on this green,
and a lot of that's the wind. The wind pushed that ball back, and it's no gimme there.
Back at 15, her closest competitor.
Yeah, Yu has a putt for birdie, but it is incredibly slow right up the face of the hill.
She actually finished second to Hee Kyung So on the 2009 KLPGA money list. So this rivalry has been going on for a while.
Well, that was a good effort, but just so hard to hit it firmly enough up that steep slope.
That was going in also.
Yeah, it was a great line. Back at 18.
And it is Jie Shin next to play, Roger, for birdie.
And this putt will have a little break to the left in it as well. A little different angle, just a little bit past hole high, but still putting uphill.
Given So a long time to think about that putt, Roger.
You wouldn't want to wait too long, would you?
No, Trevino would have hit that already.
But this possible finish for Jie Shin, So's good friend. Possible 3 birdies in a row to end it off, post +3.
She's talked about struggling with the pressures from home, and she finally got a call from her dad this week that said, hey, you've had a great career. Smile and enjoy it. Give yourself a break.
Jie Shin, one of the nicest players out here. You can see why So has appreciated her friendship and help in this game of golf. Played with her all day. Jie Shin is out front row seat to So, +4 for Shin. And now So just a little par putt away from posting 3 under. First it'll be Munoz. Nice finish for her. So one more time to compose herself.
Yeah, there's a lot of debris that's come off those pine trees in this heavy wind that's popped up. So she brushes that aside, which is legal to do. Roger, pretty straight, huh?
Yes, and she's committed to her routine, Johnny. I mean, I've been amazed at how collected she's been. Didn't seem to be overly rattled with the miss at the last. I think she's been very, very calm under pressure.
More wind, just like at 17. She kind of smiles and backs off as if to say, here we go again. What a Sunday for Hee Kyun Seo. Leader in the clubhouse at 3 under. And it might be good enough to put away the U.S. Women's Open title.
That was a brave drive and a brave second, and really a nice little putt there to make that for another 68.
So will Seo become the 5th Korean to win this title, out to 16.
Christy Kerr's birdie putt on the way, not high enough.
Had to have that unless she holds that at 17 for eagle. Not probably going to birdie 18.
Yeah, she'll have to finish birdie now to tie.
Yep.
And back at 15, Yu with the short putt for par. A good 4 on a difficult hole.
And we are not far away from a suspension of play due to darkness. It is just coming up on 8 o'clock local time here. And so just gets in under the wire there. So a suspension of play. We're going to be leaving you here in just a couple of minutes, but we're going to resume our coverage tomorrow on ESPN2. But Johnny and Dottie, some thoughts on this incredible day by Seo?
Well, I think we may have seen another career changer. I mean, it was flawless golf today, and to play that many holes and play that well with so few speed bumps was just amazing golf. All set up by the fact that she played U.S. Open golf. She put the ball in the fairway and hit a boatload of greens.
Yeah, and today with those 268, she hit 24 out of 28 fairways and 25 out of 36 greens and just 55 putts. #1 in the field in putting, and you know, it was a heck of a performance. Maybe a couple years ago on the Korean Tour, she won 3 out of the 4 majors over there. That might have been preparatory to this performance today.
Well, and certainly winning on this tour, the LPGA Tour last year at the Kia Classic, it was one of the strongest fields of the year. And although she didn't play a lot here last year, she has this year, and what a stage to come out on.
Yeah, this is a whole nother level. And a little look at the leaderboard and the evening here with the moon in the background in Colorado Springs. So at 3 under, pair of 68s on this Sunday, and now we'll sit back and see if she's going to win the biggest title in women's golf. Yu, her fellow countrywoman, has got 3 holes left at 2 under, closest to her. Christy Kerr is a battler, so by far it is not over. Few people still playing out there. And we understand they're going to be blowing the horn for a suspension of play in just about a couple of minutes. This is Ai Miyazato at 13. And over at the 15th, appears that Wendy Ward and Paula Creamer are kind of taking their time here. They've gotten word that there's a suspension of play coming up.
We're about 2 minutes away from blowing the horn for a non-dangerous situation.
2 minutes is what
making sure you're in position.
You can hear the officials talk about. So we've got a little drama left tomorrow morning. By the way, the coverage begins at 10 a.m. Eastern time on ESPN2. And so Seo's done. What about Kerr and the rest of these players coming out again on another morning and another restart in this championship?
Well, they're certainly accustomed to it. We know that for sure. You go all the way back to Angela Stanford at even par. She still has a chance. It would be a miracle chance, but there are still 3 players that could catch our leader. And Who knows? I think it's going to be riveting stuff tomorrow. We're going to see a calmer golf course and maybe a chance to make those birdies happen late.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely force a playoff. I mean, that's a given, but it's going to be very dramatic tomorrow morning. I can't wait actually to watch, to see what the players, how they respond to the score they need to post. So it's good.
And mornings are great here in Colorado Springs.
That we know.
Mornings are no problem.
Yeah, they are.
Shot back with 3 holes left is another Korean. You're looking at her 21-year-old So Yun Yu in just her second U.S. Women's Open appearance, and we are live with her on the tee at the 16th, just 1 back. Gary Koch with the call.
Thank you, Dan. The 16th, a par 3, 163 yards, but plays shorter than that as it's considerably downhill.
And 7-iron in hand for you. She's had that in her hand for about 5 minutes.
Looked like she was set up to hit a cut and wiped it, Gary.
It's going right,
Total
and
miss
we'll
hit.
catch that front right bunker.
Has been the strength of her game this week, too. 7th in the field in greens hit in regulation, but not there as we go to 17.
As Christy Kerr stares down the 600-yard par 5.
Yeah, needs a birdie finish.
I'll start with hitting the fairway here, and it sounds like there are a lot of people pleased with that, and should be.
Big hole, 600 yards downhill.
Christy last night saying, I think she, meaning So, is over there celebrating. We all have a chance. She said, I'm playing great. I'm going to swing for the fences and hopefully tie this thing up. It's not over yet, unquote, is what Kerr said. As you look at Stanford now, on the tee at 15.
And Angela Stanford had similar words, Dan. She was saying it's nice to know exactly what you need to do. She needs to probably birdie 3 of the last 4. And she was saying that she felt like over this stretch of holes that was possible to do. But 15, not an easy par 4.
And that's a good-looking drive down the right side with a little draw.
And the fairway slopes left to right. Will it hang in there just into the intermediate cut of rough, but a good angle to the back left hole location. Let's go up to the 18th.
All right, Gary, thank you very much. Putting the finishing touches finally, Dottie and Johnny, on a long week here at the U.S. Women's Open. I think what kind of sums it up is the USGA had to order new air horns this week because they've used them so many times. A total of 5 weather delays, but we're going to finally get it in. I think that was a huge miss there by you at the 16th. I mean, she's the closest to So here, just 1 back. So maybe So is looking a little better after that errant shot by you. But we've got some golf left. As Kerr said, it can happen.
I mean, that shot, that's the biggest bullet that So's got to dodge. And, that's going to be a hard up and in. And it was really feasible to force a playoff with those two, Yo and So. It's tough with these names, isn't it? But
at this hour of the morning.
But, that 300 score that was posted by So is a great score with a 68-68 yesterday. And I just feel like the other players have got to play unbelievable golf, but it's going to be fun to watch.
Christy Kerr thinks she can pull this off, Dottie.
Well, I was in her very same position, actually, in 1990. I was 2 shots back with 2 holes to play. I was actually on the other side of the golf course, and you have to force yourself to believe it because you do believe it. She could still hole out a shot. She could make 2 birdies. There's enough time to make something happen.
Angela Stanford struggled a little bit down the stretch yesterday and admitted afterwards that fatigue had a little bit of something to do with that, and that is certainly understandable.
The one good news for the players today, you have no wind like it was yesterday and afternoon, and the greens are absolutely perfect because they cut them and rolled them, and so there is a window of opportunity there. But normally in the Women's Open, Men's Open, there's so much pressure that players go the other way. So for players to play way under par with the pressure of the Women's Open, that's hard to do.
So Hee Kyung So will wait it out to see if she's going to be the 5th Korean to lift the biggest trophy in women's golf. You've already heard from Gary Koch. We've got Roger Maltby, Kay Cockrell, Jane Crafter on the ground, and Bernie Lair with the USGA, Director of Amateur Status and Rules of Golf, with us as well. Back out to 16.
And Yoon Hee Ji will play first.
And a decent lie in the bunker here, and when the ball gets on the green, it's going to move to the right. Only about 12, 13 feet of green to work with, though, from this angle.
Most of these bunkers here very flat bottomed. but coarse. You can spin it.
It's about as good as you can do, isn't it, Roger?
Might have done a little better than that with it. Could have landed a little nearer the edge.
All right, how about the lie for you?
Ball stayed on a little bit of an upslope. The bunkers are flat, but as it flashes up to the lip, it's on a little bit of an upslope, a little soft in that area, so should help her get the ball up in the air, which she needs to do. But you got to be careful about hitting it a little heavy.
Really important to get your shoulders going with the slope. Don't fight it.
Nice,
That's
very
really well
nice.
played. Just a nice little splash. Let the ball release. So she should save her par.
Beautiful pressure-packed shot there, Gary. So-Yoon Yu, just 21 years old, in her second appearance, did tie for 25th in her inaugural U.S. Women's Open last year, turning pro in 2007. Has spent 4 years on the Korean LPGA Tour, where she has racked up 7 wins. So she has won a lot, even though she is just 21 years old.
And back over at 15, Paula Creamer playing her second shot.
The defending champion from 195.
Back left hole location here today. Very difficult to get the ball close to the green, sloping severely from players left to right. As we move ahead to 16, tapping in for her par is Yu. All right, so still 2 holes left to get 1 birdie. And back to 15, Stanford getting ready with her second. And okay, at least she has a good angle to that back left hole location.
Yes, I think she was attempting to get it down the right-hand side, and she's drawn a decent lie. Just a slight little bit of a downhill lie, which is to her disadvantage. Going with the 6-iron, 180 to the hole. That came out kind of low.
Looking for it to bounce.
Oh, a good bounce.
And that's still going to be some 45, 50 feet short of the hole. We go to 17.
And second for Cristy Kerr, Jane.
And then a crucial one to get in the fairway. Pumped up off the tee, outdrove her fellow competitors by 20 yards, Gary.
I like that she hit the wood there to get it down close to the green.
She's relishing this moment. Needs to play 2 under golf in her final 2 holes to catch So in the U.S. Women's Open. Now this is a moment ago. So-Yoon Yu, just after making that save at 16, taking a deep breath. Very, very happy that she's remained 1 back of the leader So. And back out to 16.
Oh, that is Sun Young Yu tapping in for her par. So we will go over to the 15th. And Wendy Ward playing her 3rd shot.
Drove it in the left rough, gouged it out up to this point. Just short right of the green, and
ooh, carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah, caught way too much ball on that one. It's been a rough final round for Wendy Ward.
Yeah, +6. And we'll go up to the 18th tower once again.
Gary, look who has wandered into the tower here. We have Hee Kyung So, the leader of the championship at 3 under, and I know it was probably an interesting night's sleep last night. Relieved that you got into the championship at 3 under with a great 6 under day yesterday. What are your emotions telling you right now as you watch the action here?
Actually, I'm more nervous of this live interview, but I slept well last night, and I'm very excited to be here. And you know, obviously, I'm very honored to be here in this place. Yeah.
That was an incredible round. 2 rounds of golf you had yesterday. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. You ended up with 5 birdies in the first 9 holes, and this was a birdie at the second early, so this must have got you comfortable as you got things going before a stretch of 4 holes in a row that you made birdie on as well, this one at the 6th. Did you have any idea that you were going to play this well yesterday on a long, long day?
No, it was a long day and tough day, so I was just keep trying to hold my energy up, and I just ate all times, and I was trying to be concentrated every time, and it works, yeah.
These are hard greens. You made them look pretty easy yesterday.
It wasn't easy, but I just didn't want to decelerate of my putt, so I just made my own strokes.
You had not had the greatest of starts to this season. In fact, you're a qualifier, or a sectional qualifier, and you won that event in Bedminster.
Yeah.
But after the Wegmans event, you made a trip to Niagara Falls with your parents and had a real heart-to-heart with them. Share a little bit about that talk and how it helped you get in a great frame of mind for this week.
I think my expectation of this earlier was a little high, so I just threw that away and just restarted, and it was really comfortable when I played in here in second round, and yeah, so I could trust myself.
They basically told you to trust yourself, use what you got here with, and you're the best thing that ever happened to them.
That was an interesting 3-putt at 17 there. The wind really kind of came up, you backed off, and so that gave you, you gave a shot there away before coming back with a nice par at 18.
It was really nervous that when I had that pop putt.
I also have to ask you, there was a chime. The shrine chimed in your backswing as you had 192 yards left up to 18. Did you hear that, or did you just kind of hit through that?
Well, it happened lots of times in last 4 rounds, so it didn't mention me. Yeah.
Well, we thank you for coming up, and best of luck, and see if you can hang on to win the U.S. Women's Open and become the 5th Korean to do so. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Hee Kim So at 3 under, waiting to see if Cristie Kerr or anyone else can catch her. Her 3rd shot at the par 5 17th now. Kerr needs a birdie here, a birdie at 18. And she's on the back collar with a chance. And over to 15.
Where Angela Stanford needs to make 3 birdies coming in. This is a tough putt. Big swing to the right. Very few players have read enough break. And there's another one. Up to 17.
And this is you, just 1 back. And she's got a couple of holes to get that birdie, and this is the most likely place to get it, the par 5, Johnny.
And you need a good drive on this long 600-yard par 5, and she's posing. See if she likes it. And she does. That's a very fine tee shot down the right side.
So that's a start for you to try to get 1 back there at 17 to 15.
Paula Creamer. Lengthy putt for birdie. Severely uphill. Big swing right to left.
You're grading her game this week, Gary?
Well, her ball striking, I thought, was pretty darn good, Johnny, but the putting really was nowhere near what we saw last year at Oakmont. Back at 17.
And this is Se-Ri Pak, champion from '98, who started it all and could be congratulating another Korean to win this championship in just a little while.
Well, she has been such a legend to her country of South Korea. This putt of Se-Ri's, she was not able to get it very close. She missed the fairway with her 2nd shot in some very thick rough and got it to this point, about 35 feet up and over a little ridge, working a little from right to left as well. And a bit of a tough last couple of rounds for Se-Ri.
Just had a nagging wrist injury and took some painkillers before yesterday's start to that long day and was pretty woozy through the morning, better in the afternoon. But she'll be going back next year to the site of where that really all began, back to Black Wolf Run.
I think she thought that one was going to be faster.
Back to 14. Ai Miyazato, who was in the lead in this championship yesterday on a long day before fading a bit. This for birdie. She had 3 bogeys down the stretch yesterday before play was suspended because of darkness, but that birdie gets her to +2, and we go back to 15.
And Stanford for her par. Okay, this is another lady that had some troubles on this back 9 late yesterday.
Boy, you look back at that. It was about 45-minute stretch where she doubled 11, bogeyed 13 and 14, and
And I just wonder what was going on in her mind and her body to allow that to happen, to lose 4 shots in that span of time.
Yeah, long end of a long day, and oftentimes it's not as much physical fatigue as it is mental fatigue. All right.
That's a good start to the morning.
Yeah, but she's going to have to birdie the last 3 if she's going to tie. So we'll go back at 14.
And Mika Miyazato, no relation to I, also with her birdie attempt over at 14. So she moves it to +2. And over to the green at 17, Kari Webb taking care of her par putt before Cristie Kerr goes for a needed birdie.
I was out on this green not too long ago studying every inch of 17 and 18, and this whole location is a little bit of a knob back there. It's a real interesting little spot, but this putt here is fairly straight, possibly left center, but I don't know what you're seeing.
Well, Johnny, I had a look at it from behind, and even though the mountain is to Christie's right, I do think it will drift slightly to the right. It's got to come up and over a little bit of a ridge. Tails.
Over at 17, you laying up at the par 5.
And this will be fine right in the center.
Well, after that good bunker shot, Dottie, for the little tap in, I think that relaxed her.
Well, it certainly didn't add to the stress level.
And up to the green. She really needs this to go, because the only other way she could get the 300 number, if this doesn't, is a hole out at 18. It's going to be hard enough to go birdie here, but this is the start of it right here.
Oh, you can't leave it short and wide.
And that's exactly what is going to have to happen for Cristie Kerr. A miracle at 18. She's going to need a hole out eagle 2 to match So, who sits in the clubhouse at 3 under, waiting and wondering.
Back at the Broadmoor, this just a moment ago. Paula Creamer's tee shot at 16 with a 7-iron. Watching it like she likes it, and she gets a very favorable bounce.
Might be about the only good break she's really gotten all week, Gary.
That's very true. All right, and now Angela Stanford also with a 7-iron. Got to see if she can hit that left to right shot she's been working on.
Left to right and high. No.
That's turning left. That's turning the other way. Yeah, the distance is all right. So, 20 feet or so. It's makeable.
It's a good shot.
Yeah. Go back to 15. And Ryan O'Toole, who really has been quite a story this week. Playing in her first U.S. Women's Open. Currently at +4. And in the top 10, and a beauty there. Boy, she hit shots that none of the other girls can hit. That's pretty impressive.
High and spinning it hard.
I talked to her a little while on the practice tee and congratulated her for such a great performance.
All right, preferred shot shape here, I guess, is a cut, but you can get it out left corner of that fairway with a pretty straight drive.
Yeah, straight is great, and cut is ideal, but straight is fine.
Yeah, 253 to carry those bunkers, but no need to mess with that. Left center, I think, would be perfect.
Really one of the best drivers of the golf ball in the women's game.
Well, this one's starting down the left and heading further left. That's a disappointing effort.
That's going to be tough. That could bring water into play.
Water into play, yeah.
Certainly.
If it's a bad lie. Of course, she has to hole it out.
It's coming unraveled for Kerr. As we go back to 17, and the golfer with the best shot right now, just one back. So you, Roger.
And 121 left to the hole, and I really have been watching her very closely, Dan, and you try to imagine how you would feel at a moment like this, and she seems so calm, so collected, loose on the 16th tee before they started, laughing, joking. It just doesn't seem racked with nerves, which you'd think she might be at this point.
And again, just a 21-year-old Roger in this position.
Biggest wedge shot of her life.
beautiful balance.
Might need to get up a little.
Got a chance.
At 21, Yu would be the third youngest Women's Open champion behind fellow Korean Inbee Park, who won age 19 in 2008, and Seri Pak, who started it all at the age of 20 when she won a Black Wolf Run in 1998.
I think she hit a really good shot, but it was dead in between clubs there, Dottie, and she just hit it right at the flag as good as she could hit it, but it just happened to be that she was in between clubs.
She's got her own Ricky Fowler kind of cover.
Yeah, exactly.
Going today on this Monday.
All right, we move back to 16, and we're down to must-make time for Angela Stanford.
Well, this is certainly a scenario that a player doesn't face too often, coming out and knowing exactly what they need to do.
Well, Charles Schwartzel birdied the last 4 to win the Masters.
Well, I think for Angela, though, the best opportunity would be to come out this morning, because certainly things were spiraling downhill for her yesterday. So at least she has a fresh outlook, a more positive outlook this morning.
She shot that wonderful 33 on the first 9, but like you said, +4 on the back 9. So that's tough.
Tied for the lead with 9 holes to play.
Yeah.
Stanford was.
Absolutely.
She made a bunch of very tired golf swings toward the end, and frankly, I don't think it set her in a great mindset coming out and missing a 6-footer. Just hit an awful putt when she came out of the break
Gary, this
last night.
Gary, you know this putt, right?
Well, Johnny, first of all, it's very quick. It's away from the mountains, straight down the hill. It should go ever so slightly to the left, but all depends on the speed. Will it stay? Will it stay? Yes, it will! Oh, Angela Stanford. There's the first one.
Very nicely done.
That was a little bit of left-hand turn right at the end.
That's a rare birdie on this hole.
Now that was just the 11th of the day at the 16th.
That's fun.
Of the round. Big smile there. We'll go ahead to 17.
And who is next to play at the par 5, Raj?
It will be you. We'll have the first putt from underneath the hole here. And a putt that is uphill slightly, even though it putts away from the mountain.
You see a little knobby area the hole is located in, Roger? It moves just, what, a little bit right?
I think a little bit to her right, yes, John, it is. It's very subtle back here, but it is, that little knob is right in the area of the cup.
You know, I might have the wrong read, because if you remember, So's little putt actually squirted to the right. The one she missed, of course, so it's blown.
Well, I think that was a block, too.
Yeah, maybe, but what I'm saying is it looks like it's, what, left edge, Roger, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. I know that.
I wouldn't bet my life on anything on these greens, Johnny.
That kind of sums up the greens at the Broadmoor. From what I've just heard in the last 30 seconds,
Yeah,
it's so hard to read.
I took 15 minutes on this green, charted every putt, and every one of them was like a question mark.
All right, this to tie So. And again, Yu does have 1 hole left after this.
She hit it dead straight in the hole and just needed that left edge, Roger. That was a really good putt.
So now Yu is going to have to birdie the difficult 18th. This looked good for a long time.
Yeah, just had that tiny bit of move to the right, just enough to miss. And wow, what a well-played hole, Dottie.
Well-played hole, well-struck putt. Not much else you can do.
Stays 1 back with a 443-yard 18th left.
That whole location is like a mini volcano. It just moves off on both sides.
So is dodging some putts here and getting closer and looking better to winning the championship.
This lie looks possibly doable.
It is, Johnny. It's kind of in some bluegrass sort of area rather than that lush rye. Sitting up pretty good. Not much grass behind it.
What kind of number does she have there?
She has 198 front, Dottie, and then 209 to the hole. So definitely doable. Yeah, if she can land it short and run it up.
This hole cut in a bowl, so there's kind of a feed effect all the way around it.
Yeah, this is the easiest hole location on the green. It's just like, ideal for making a birdie. Talking about you, who will be playing that in a minute. Odds of making it, probably about 1 in 1,000.
So we're trying to carry.
This is 200 club normally, so it's probably going to carry 90, right?
This one. Yeah. This one here will go up 90 max, I think.
This one?
Yeah.
$212 hole?
Yeah.
$220 back?
Yeah. I think this is the club, the 5 wood. It's going to take a little off, I think. You know, first to get a chance to
I want to feel a straight one too, right?
Yeah, I mean, anything that gets on the wrist is going to fall to the right, so.
We're going to go at it though.
Yeah.
Just feel straight, right?
You got it.
It's a little downward.
She knows what she has to do.
Up here where it's going to affect it, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Pull it out.
That's right, club.
Caddy Jason Gilroy.
Stay still
giving
back
her
there,
a lot of
please.
advice. That's good.
Jason has been with her for quite a while. Was with her when they won at Pine Needles. They took a break for a while and not back together for the last couple of seasons.
Good solid contact. Good looking shot. Not bad out of there.
Good shot, but Kerr is officially out of it. Even a hole out from there for a birdie will leave her 1 shot shy, but she fought to the end, no doubt.
Triple bogey back in the second round really derailed her chances.
Over to 16.
Just a moment ago, the defending champion had a chance for a 2 here at the par 3. And finally one goes, but Kramer, who was even par after the first 2 rounds, now at +6. As we go to the 17th.
And one of 2 golfers now. The only chance to catch So. Stanford needs to keep making birdies.
And perhaps a little momentum built there off that beautiful putt at 16.
Oh, that looked undercut.
Yeah, she has put a few bad swings on some shots this week, but has gotten away with it.
That's par 5. She could lay up.
I think it was a little toe jammer is what it was.
You know what? Sometimes those aren't all bad, and she's in the short grass. Mission 1 actually accomplished. Maybe not real pretty, but.
Back at 15.
And this was just a moment ago. Ryan O'Toole with a chance to get to +3. Very slow putt straight up the slope.
Well, that's a position we need to keep an eye on. Top 10 are exempt into next year's championship at Black Wolf Run, and what a nice thing to be able to put on your schedule when you're a player who hasn't played all that many professional events.
So the focus on Stanford and Yu. Yu needs to birdie 18 to tie So at 3 under. And again, even though 18 has played the most difficult all championship week long, it is a hole location that is doable for a birdie 3.
Absolutely. She can hit a good drive. Yu has a pretty good chance at a birdie.
16.
Stacy Lewis on the tee with an 8-iron. Another young lady who was right around the lead after 2 rounds, but really has struggled over the course of the final 2 rounds, now at +10.
Nice shot.
Yeah, beauty there as we go to 18.
So here's Yu.
Come on, run it off.
Trying to complete step 1 here, get it in the fairway.
Same routine.
She actually made birdie here in the 3rd round.
That rounds a 74, 69, 69. Good playing. She's a smooth operator.
And only 25 birdies all week long on 18.
But look at that par birdie on this hole. It's good playing.
6 of them have come in this final round with this fairly accessible hole location.
.443 yards, dogleg right. Wants to hit it right over her hat.
Fairway bunkers down the right, a pretty new addition, forcing the players to hit an even better tee shot here than they've ever had to.
Oh, that's a beauty. Right in the center of the fairway.
Great drive. Beauty.
And relatively long, too. Well done.
Yu needs a birdie to tie So at the 18th hole. The other player in the mix, Angela Stanford, has made a couple of clutch putts. None bigger than the one she just made at 16. moment ago. Third shot for Christy Kerr at the 18th.
Go. Go.
And so Christy will have a putt to post -1 for the championship. A couple back of So. Continues a really outstanding U.S. Women's Open record to 15.
This was just a moment ago, Dan. Mika Miyazato playing her third shot from in front of the 15th green. We said there have only been 4 birdies all day. We'll make it 5.
Pretty good start for her this morning,
yeah,
Gary.
Back-to-back birdies at 14 and 15 puts her to +1 for the championship as we go up to 18.
And Kari Webb for birdie, Jane.
And a big money putt. This one would be going to be uphill, breaking quite a lot from left to right down the mountain. I need to hit it a little harder than that.
Had such a tough time with the putter this week. 99 putts through the first 3 rounds and more struggles in the last.
And over at 17, Paula Creamer laying up at the par 5.
Taking us down the right center. This was a hole that she bogeyed yesterday in round 3.
Well, Angela didn't hit her best, but is okay.
She is. She's down the left-hand side, laying up to a number that she hopes is her favorite number coming in.
This would ideally be a touch down the right side to set up the angle.
And that's a good, solid shot right down the middle, Dottie.
And got it down close to the cross bunkers. Well done.
Stanford hoping for a birdie finish to tie So. And up at the 18th, Sairi Pak finishing up.
And from much closer than Kari Webb, but just about the same line. She had to move her marker a couple of putter widths away so Kari could putt. So hopefully she was paying attention. This would be a nice way to finish for Sairi, and then perhaps she might end up celebrating with her fellow countrywoman.
Missed the cut the last 3 years in this Women's Open. So this has been a good performance by Pak.
Got her 25th LPGA win a year ago.
Just outside left edge, a little slow.
Even though this final round has gotten out of hand a bit, and also that third round 77, but she played well in the first couple of rounds.
And she was right in there at the beginning of the third round and just got off to a terrible start.
Tough finish, 77-76 for the 98 champion, who inspired so many young Koreans, including the 2 here that have a chance to win this title. And a look at Christy Kerr's final round card. Started at 1 under after the 69 in the third round. Bogey at the 8th, and another one at the 11th, and then all pars since then. Came into this day needing 2 under play in the final 2 holes and just hasn't been able to pull it off.
First 3 rounds, 71, 72, 69.
The 2 bogeys that you just saw on her card, both were 3 putts, and that's the strength of Christy's game, putting. So I'm sure that'll be something she looks back at that will really frustrate her.
She made a lot of really clutch putts, but speed let her down when she really had to have it in this final round.
Not a lot of break, just maybe inside left.
It's going to be another top 10 finish for Christy Kerr in the U.S. Women's Open. 6 total. Her 5th top 5 finish in the last 12 Women's Opens. To 16.
Stacey Lewis with a chance for a 2, but it's not an easy putt. Straight down the hill and has some break. Just a little too firm. Up to 17.
For Paula Creamer's third, Kay.
5 yards. A little bit right of it. Oh, just ahead.
Certainly at this point, I think all 3 of these players, and this will be good for Angela to watch just how it flies through the air, get an idea of how much less this is playing. Probably not a full 10% off, but downhill. And that's a very nice little shot.
Creamer with a good look at 2 birdies in a row to get it to -5, and Webb for par at 18. Two-time champion tied for 6th right now, and this will be her best Women's Open finish since her 2nd of 2 straight titles back in 2000 and 2001.
Good scores all 4 days.
And out in the fairway, So Yun Yu needing a birdie 3 to tie So. Yoon Hee Ji is playing first, Roger.
And this from 172 yards. And that leaking right.
He won a couple of years ago at Saucon Valley, but has not had a top 10 since. A bunch of swing changes that haven't really kicked in yet.
All right, and now the big shot by you, Roger.
171 left to the hole. I don't know that I would have liked to have seen the shot of Yoon Hee Ji prior to playing this, but the ball a little below her feet should set up for some kind of little left to right shot in here.
Seeing Roger, this is a 6-iron.
This pulled a little left of the hole.
Will it catch
See
the
if it
ball?
catches the ball. And here it comes.
Moving closer, and Yu is that close to tying it up.
Wow, 2 great shots.
And you heard the cheer while Yu was hitting at 18. The third by Stanford from 106.
Go.
Sit. Sit. Sit.
Brilliant.
So all of a sudden, it is tightened up. Stanford very much alive. Yu very much alive with a birdie attempt at 18. This U.S. Women's Open, a fight to the very finish. "20-year-old So Yun Yu knows exactly what she needs to do. Sink a birdie putt to tie her fellow countrywoman So at 3 under. Talk about pressure.
Well, she's handled it beautifully so far. The 17th hole was all but a birdie.
And then you've got Stanford over at 17, still with hopes. Within birdie range there to get to 2 under, and then we'll need a birdie as well at 18 to get to the 3 under number. Creamer's first to play at 17 for her 2nd straight birdie, Kay.
She's come out really strong this morning, and I think she was probably self-admittedly mentally fatigued more than anything yesterday, and she just really couldn't get the mind-body connection working well, made some unusual mistakes, but real sharp this morning so far.
Hasn't been the smoothest ride for her case since she won at Oakmont last year. Just 7 top 10s and 19 starts.
Not much break here. If anything, a little left.
Been a bit of a Women's Open curse in recent years, in fact, Dottie. 5 of the last 8 champions have not won a tournament since their U.S. Women's Open victories, including the last 3, which include Creamer. And there's Yoon Hee Ji, NB Park. They haven't won. Birdie Kim, Hillary Lunke, who is retired essentially from the game. So,
well, you climb Mount Everest and you just want to check out the view for a while.
Or you feel like, I must need to make some changes now. I've got to get better.
That's a true statement.
Speaking of Hillary Lunke, who was in that playoff where Angela Stanford was in 2003 at Pumpkin Ridge, along with Kelly Robbins, when she came the closest she's ever come to winning a major and winning this championship. Needs another birdie here. Needs to birdie the last 3.
Dan,
So
only one other top 10 at a U.S. Open since, and that was at Cherry Hills, just up the road. Boy, I looked at this putt, and there does not look like there's much to it.
I have it marked down straight left center, one or the other, and so anything inside the hole on the left side is going to go in. She's actually aiming like she thinks it's going to go left. It looks like right now she's aiming right edge with her eyes.
Putting through the chimes.
Yeah,
Pulled
she
it.
pulled it.
Low and from behind, you can see this right away.
Oh, yeah. Wow, that was really a mega pull. She was aiming right center, right? She was aiming for it to go left, which I didn't see.
Pulled it about a ball and a half worth.
Yeah, like 3 inches.
So Stanford's going to need a miracle hole out at 18. And so has gone to the range, anticipating what could be a playoff. The playoff this year would be 3 holes, aggregate playoff. If necessary, they would go to 16, 17, 18, and then if it's still tied, they would go to sudden death on 18. So warming up just in case, and you've got you in line for a birdie putt at 18. Before that, you got Yoon Hee Ji. And back at 16, Ai Miyazato.
Has a chance for a birdie 2. Quick and moving to the right. Beautiful putt. Wow. So her second birdie in 3 holes. Up at 17.
Stanford to stay at the 1 under number. So again needs a hole out eagle 2 at 18.
She's saying it broke left.
And back at 16.
Mika Miyazato has a chance for 3 birdies in a row. Well, that's always under the hole. And of course it was Mika Miyazato who said early in the week she was going to donate all her winnings this week to the Japan Relief Fund. So every birdie means a little more money for that cause as we go up to 18.
And this is Sun Young Yu for par, who, like G, comes to this 72nd hole at +7. And so it's been a long wait for Yu. So Yoon Yu to stroke the potentially tying putt.
That's a long time to wait to force a playoff. A lot of things going through your head for you.
And well, this will be the 5th shot played since you hit her approach to the green. So and I'm not sure that G's not still outside of Yu's birdie attempt.
So the wait could become even longer. So Sun Young Yu is in this all Korean threesome, +8 for the championship. And it appears
as though they've determined that Yu is away, and this is not an easy putt, Johnny. This is a slider to the right. Should she hold it, she'll earn it. This is a tough little putt.
You know, we've seen this a million times that with this kind of pressure, it's hard to release the toe of that putter. And a lot of times the player will miss it sort of weak and to the right. But she is, like I said on the tee, a smooth operator. Really impressive. We'll see what happens here.
This to tie so. It in. Pressure packed birdie 3 at the 18th hole, the 72nd hole. And
What
one
pressure?
of the longest women's open weeks in history has gotten just a little longer.
That was bulleted in there.
There was absolutely no doubt. And watch how dead center this ball finds the hole. Bang.
No doubt about it.
What a birdie.
Trying to become the 3rd youngest champion, and while she was hitting balls over on the range, Hee Kyung-so heard the roar but kept to her business.
On the range, got her manager, her trainer there.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the playoff for the 66th United States Women's Open Championship From Korea, we have Hee-Kang So. Thank you.
And so, who just turned 25 on Friday, hoping for the ultimate birthday present here. There's a look at the whole location at the 16th.
And So has managed to par this 16th hole in each of the 4 rounds.
Advantage if she can hit a good shot in there, no doubt about it. So if she puts it in there just left of the hole. Gary?
Yeah, I believe she selected a 7-iron, and it is a downhill tee shot, some 17 feet.
And this a little left of the hole toward the center of the green. That should feed right some.
That's a very good shot. Distance controlled very nicely. Does leave a very quick straight down the hill putt. So next to play will be you.
She can hit that same iron shot she hit on the last hole, Gary, with that baby cut. It's perfect.
Well, this was the only shot she mishit this morning. She put it into that front right bunker. This is 7-iron as well. This just left of the hole.
Oh, and also a good shot, but again above the hole.
So and you, 3-hole aggregate playoff. Beginning here at the 16th, plenty of Korean support. There's a Korean photographer saying you want a little closer look.
Welcome back to the playoff for the 66th U.S. Women's Open Championship. We're at the 16th green. Both players with very nice tee shots here at the par 3. Yu has managed to play the hole in 1 under par through the 4 rounds. Roger, you're right down there. Who's going to putt first?
Well, I believe it will be So straight downhill, and I think should turn a little to her left from this angle, Gary.
Yeah, I believe that would be the case.
This exchange on this green is very important. The one that can make this putt will be a big
advantage. Yeah, actually, it looks like you will hit will putt first. Yeah, and this one certainly has swing to the left, doesn't it, Raj?
Yes, this certainly will. Yeah, this was. So you got to be careful with the speed here. As it gets to turning left, it comes down a pretty good slope.
Sure would like to be the one to strike first, even though this is aggregate stroke play. Take the advantage to the par 5 17th.
Well, she is looking well out to the right. Good, what, 5-6 feet?
Tells you she might have just kind of dripped down speed.
Expected a little too much.
Had the line. Not too different from Angela Stanford's.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, Johnny. Very similar to the putt that we saw Stanford, and hers just wiggled a touch to the left right at the end.
It actually had a double break, if I remember. I just wiggled
started
a
little right at the end, at the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and then it went back left. Much easier putt.
So with a complete warm-up session on the tee, Gary, with her teacher, Steve McRae, this has been a new move for her this year. It's just changed back in March. Whatever they got going, it clicked in real quick.
I was going to say, working very well. This is another speedy one.
It's got a lot more pace.
That didn't move at all. It stayed right there.
Well, Yu has had 5 3-putts during the week. And Roger, this little one that's left, it's got some movement to it.
Oh, yes, it does. It's not the kind of putt you want to pull any because it could catch that lower lip in a heartbeat. And I was so impressed earlier with the confidence that she has with these putts. I mean, she hit every putt very solidly early this morning and firmly.
Okay, safely in. And not much left in this one for So.
No, this is pretty much straight in.
Little disturbance, Roger?
A little noise. I really didn't hear it, but something to the right, obviously toward the grandstands. A noise of some kind caused her to back off.
Dottie, any advantage do you think to you for actually having been out on the golf course and played a few holes already?
I think so.
As compared to So, and no holes played, just a warm-up?
I would think so. You get this big cloud of uncertainty that this young lady's been living under for, the last 12 hours at least, and who essentially becomes her opponent at this time. Yu has built up some momentum, playing 3 very solid holes this morning.
Okay, so they're both in with pars in the first hole of the 3-hole playoff.
Hee Kyun So is a rookie on the LPGA Tour. She does have the 1 LPGA Tour win last year, but Sohyun Yu has never won on the LPGA Tour, and the U.S. Women's Open making their first LPGA win in the last 30 years. There is a list of the golfers that have made this championship their very first LPGA Tour win. Annika Sorenstam doing it here 16 years ago, and then you got Yoon Hee Ji, Inbee Park, who were on hand at this Women's Open, who have done it before, so that is the group that Yu is trying to join.
In fact, Yoon Hee Ji is out here watching this playoff along with Song Hee Kim.
And again, when Jie Shin came over to the United States pretty much full time, it left So and Yu as the 2 top players over there. And so they're obviously friendly with each other, but they are the big rivals on the Korean LPGA Tour until So kind of left to come over here and play full time. And again, Yu, who's a junior at Yonsei University in Korea, still is kind of torn between coming over here full time on the LPGA Tour and staying back in Korea. And she still lives with her parents and is a really good student and has designs on getting her degree. So
if she were to go on and win here, she may have to weigh that decision a little more heavily. She would be, torn as So was last year about honoring her commitments back home and taking advantage of the opportunity here on the LPGA's tour.
Okay, the 17th hole is dead downhill, 600-yard par 5, one of the longest ever in LPGA history, in USGA history, and made a good drive. It's a 3-shot hole, no way to reach it in 2. Most of the players that drive and then hybrid just down there for about 110 yards and wedge it in there.
First drive of the day headed right, Roger?
Yes, it's going at that bunker on the right-hand side, and it is in that bunker.
Took that deck flat for some reason, inside and flat, and swung right out to where the flatness was. First hiccup.
Simple.
Okay.
Hear the voice of her caddy. It's Dean Herden, who was actually with G.A. Shin for a number of years, had gone home to be with his mother, who's not been very well all year. And Yu's manager said, Dean, would you consider coming back for just one event, the biggest one? And he said, yeah, okay, just one.
She closes her weak eye and uses her dominant eye, right eye, to aim up that club face and get behind it.
There's turning down the left center. This will be just fine.
Nice shot.
Very good tee shot.
So you with the advantage at the 17th, the second of the 3-hole playoff aggregate to decide the U.S. Women's Open Championship.
Let's take a look at So's swing here. She's aiming right there, which is playing a draw. But take a look at how flat the backswing is on this below her right shoulder. And then when she comes down, she's a little bit late and hits it right out to that bunker. I mean, it wasn't a terrible swing, but she was obviously going to go with a draw and was aiming a little too far right. What do you think, Dottie?
I would think, and I'm going to show you the difference where I think she started wrong right from the beginning, is where she pegged it on the tee. She's down the left side. She's looking at all the bad stuff down the right. I think that was the very first mistake.
Well, let's get a look at So's lie. Roger?
Well, her ball has come to rest at the end of the bunker and has a very steep bank immediately in front of her that's going to limit how far she can advance this ball. I would think on the trajectory she's got to hit it, she might be able to advance it 125 to 30 yards, which will leave a very long third.
About an 8-iron shot?
Yeah, I would say, John. And that just about as strong a club as I think she can use is about an 8-iron.
Mission number one is get the ball out.
Because if she were not to get it up enough, it'll hit that rough and just eat it up right there, Roger. It just, because the trajectory matches the slope. If you don't quite get it up there, it won't go anywhere.
Right, and the bank's steep enough to just pop the ball straight up in the air, and I wouldn't think she'd advance it more than 20 yards or so.
So the big thing here is not hit it fat or thin. Aiming at that white tent.
Good out.
Well, this is going to maybe advance the ball just over 100 yards. It'll be in the very right side of the fairway.
Can she reach with a third?
Well, we'll have to see. I don't know.
I would think that, let's say the drive went 250 and that went 100. That's 350. It's going to leave 240 or 50 to the hole, huh?
So a big advantage here for you, Roger.
And perfectly positioned here. She can do whatever she'd like. Obviously, hitting it in the fairway is important.
She chased it well down there in regulation.
Right shot.
And this is going to be very good.
Very controlled, effortless, perfect balance. Let's go down to Kay Cockrell.
Thanks a lot, Dan. I'm staying alongside Seiri Pak, the 1998 Women's U.S. Open champion, and of course, the Queen of South Korea golf. What is it like for you to be out here watching these two young players, knowing that you inspired both of them and so many young players from South Korea?
You know what, the Tudors feel a little unusual because I said I play early and finish, of course, and all of a sudden everybody's like so crowded and talk about we're going to playoff going to be two Koreans. So like, really, I mean, this is probably one of the biggest history in my country, golf wise, because 99 back then was I'm the only one women's, and then since that now we got 5 champions now, the US Open trophy. So this is how amazing is that. I mean, I feel inside the role for watching them and just remind me back then. You know, I'm really excited to watch it and I'm very proud of them to see it.
Well, they're both wonderful players. Thank you for taking some time to talk, Seiri.
Thanks, Kay. And Seiri's right. Korea assured of a 5th U.S. Women's Open champion.
And the first win of the year in the U.S.
I don't think you can underestimate the isolated situation that Sayuri Pak came into. She had no countrywoman to hang with. She was the only person. She was totally by herself, did not speak the language of the tour she had elected to play. She was totally by herself.
Well, there's so many Koreans on the LPGA Tour. Let's set the third here for So, Roger.
Got 264 to the hole. About 234 to the front. I would think if she gets it chasing, she can get it onto the green. I don't know if she can get it all the way back to the hole, but it's a long way.
Last little bit into the green is downhill.
Just leaking a little bit to the right.
Not a well-played hole thus far, but her short game could save her.
She does have plenty of green to work with. Not a bad angle. We'll see what the lie will let her do.
Here's another look at the angle and where the hole location is on the back left.
She's got to deal with that wave in the green, halfway up the green. Back left hole location.
Yeah, that wave just about where you see the color change, and then it actually runs away. So at this point, a huge advantage.
And a bounce and use step.
For you.
He's acting like, hey, this is fun.
And again, to emphasize that these two golfers aren't necessarily coming out of nowhere to compete for this biggest title in women's golf, even though probably even the casual golf fan doesn't really recognize their names right off the bat. But you did not take long at all to make her mark as a professional. In fact, she won her very first Korean LPGA event in 2008 as a 17-year-old rookie. But then she went through a slump. In fact, when she won this year in June at the Lada Quintana Open, it was her first win in a year and a half, and it was the longest winless drought she had been through since she turned pro as a 17-year-old.
Looks like she does her own yardages.
She first made a name for herself as a 16-year-old back in 2006. She was one of 3 players from Korea representing her country in the Asian Games. She ended up winning the gold medal and beat her nearest competitor by 9 shots with 29 under par total. So she's done a lot of winning and done a lot of winning early.
You know, there's a possibility of a 2-shot swing here. She could make birdie. And, you know, it's very possible that So could obviously make 6.
Well, Johnny, my feeling is her advantage at this point is she played this hole earlier today. She had 121 for her third shot in earlier, has 129 now. Should have some kind of feel for how long this plays.
This is just a pitching wedge. You can see it right on the bottom of the club.
A full pitching wedge.
This looks like it might need to get up just a shade, and this is a good shot.
Wonderful shot.
Good look at birdie for you.
Right about where Angela Stanford was in regulation.
Well played hole. 2 fine players. I mean, you look at these 2 players and you say, wow, it's no surprise that they're in the playoff for the United States Women's Open. I mean, they are just textbook players. There's that hump, just got to come over right there.
So coming all the way up onto the green to get a good look.
I think important in that situation to feel what's going on with your feet. Feel the firmness, feel the slope. Remember, this is where she made bogey in regulation, the 3-putt late last night, that in many ways kind of set all of this up.
So much talk about how global this game has become. Here's a great example in that this is the very first time that there's been an all-international playoff in the U.S. Women's Open, and the first time in any USGA Open since the '88 Senior Open, when South African Gary Player and Bob Charles from New Zealand were in it.
There's a lot of ways this pitch shot can be played. Of course, this is So coming up.
Here's a look at her lie.
Kind of a scruffy lie, I'd call it, Dottie. Kind of the grass is kind of twisted in here. It's not real deep, but I don't think she'll be able to get a lot of spin on it.
So
I think she's going to have to play a shot land short of that hump and run it up over.
So more the low route.
There's 30 feet, though, of green from the top of that wave to the hole, so if she could go that way, and then you could hit it short of it and run it up over. So wouldn't surprise me either shot. She's practicing like she's going to hit it a little bit low.
I think that's the proper shot selection.
May have been a bit of a disadvantage for So to have played these holes late yesterday when the wind was up. It was really howling at that time. Light also getting really flat. We saw her back off a bunch. But again, she made 6 here and a good 4 at the last.
3-putt at this green last night with the gusty winds.
I just didn't have enough steam on it to just creep across the ridge.
And she'll be putting for par before you putts for birdie.
Long week, all the weather delays, which have totaled 5, and still a great crowd out on a Monday at the Broadmoor for the final 2.
Well, obviously a huge advantage for you. She gets to watch, you know, So's putt first, Roger. And like I said, it's a pretty good chance of a two-shot swing here.
And if you are just tuning in, it is not sudden death. 3-hole aggregate playoff. Again, this is the 5th year in which this playoff system has been instituted for the Women's Open. It used to be an 18-hole playoff. It was an 18-hole playoff when Sayri Pak, you just heard from, won at Black Wolf Run over Jenny Shasiraporn. So 3-hole total. And if they're still tied, then they go sudden death, and that would be at the 18th hole.
Well, in my calculation this morning, this putt could be inside the left edge. What do you think, Roger?
I don't think there's much break in it. Yes, it may tend to go just a shade to the right, but I think it's pretty much up the fall of the green. I don't think there's a lot of movement.
Like I said, this whole location, folks, is sort of on a knob. If you look at it, it's sort of a wide knob, but it's like the ball does not want to go in the hole. It's just the opposite of a trough.
Well, this is one of those Donald Ross greens on the golf course, the lower section of the golf course, and he was so known for those little tiny subtle movements. And this green was actually expanded back to its original parameters over the last few years, so it's got wonderful flow to it.
Well, this is about 18 feet.
And this for par. Again, you lined up with a birdie look.
That last little bit to the right, just barely.
She hit it dead straight in the heart of the hole. Looked good for 4/5 of it, and then it just a tiny little wiggle to the right. What a nice putt.
So she taps in for bogey, and you was watching it track.
I mean, it was a great putt. Just misread it.
Cheyenne Mountain got her just at the last minute.
So you with a chance for a 2-shot swing here in her favor, a 2-shot lead in this 3-hole aggregate playoff.
This putt, it's not an easy putt to read, but I thought it was pretty straight, maybe left center.
Solid stroke by you. 2-shot lead.
She's birdied 2 of the last 3 holes she's played.
Birdie bogey exchange.
What a beautifully played hole, huh? Dottie just read this just right on the button, straight in.
Connected the dots from the tee all the way into the hole.
It's a lot like the solid stroke at 18
Very
regulation,
much.
which got her into this playoff.
And went in with about the same confident pace as well.
Just 21 years old. has the advantage over So.
And So knows that she's in
up
huge
against it.
trouble right
Needs
now.
a bogey birdie exchange at 18.
Exactly. But the tee shot will tell the tale. You know, really, if you can hit a good tee shot down the middle, it's most likely over. If she doesn't, who knows what might happen with the water there.
We've seen pretty much everything this week, haven't we?
The drive on 18 is the key shot because you got a real easy hole location. So,
well, you birdied it earlier today, and So needs a birdie right now and a little help from you. And there's how they played the 18th this week. You at 2 under. One of her birdies coming in earlier today, and So at even.
Her other birdie came in the 3rd round, so
pretty good success there last couple times.
Absolutely. I mean, they gave him that whole location to set up some drama, to set up a chance for some things to happen. And I think it was a brilliant hole location. 95, they moved it back left and really didn't see much happening here at the 18th, but not this time.
Chimes from the Will Rogers Shrine, which go off every 15 minutes in the background up on Cheyenne Mountain.
Shot. Perfect tee shot. Right in the center of the fairway again.
You came to play.
And that's going to make it even tougher for So.
I mean, she came to play, you know. But you never know in this crazy game.
Has to be a 2-shot exchange in So's favor to keep it going to sudden death.
Good.
A little lower ball flight, Roger.
Yeah, but this is fine. This will be just left of the ball of you.
Well, they can walk together.
Soul sisters in the U.S. Women's Open playoff. Big advantage for you right now. Great memory from not too long ago at this par 4 18th for So Yun Yu, who needed to birdie it to get into this 3-hole aggregate playoff. So another look at the second shot from 171 coming up the hill.
This is a 6-iron.
Just a real high sock baby cut.
Uses the bowl. Gets closer and closer, but still didn't leave her an easy putt off the hole and moving to the right.
And especially knowing that she had to make it to have a chance at the U.S. Women's Open title. And just like the previous stroke she made at 17 in this playoff, just a beautiful swing to get the birdie 3 that she needed to get into a playoff with So, who was over at the practice tee warming up, and now Yu has moved very, very close to finally wrapping this up. 2-shot advantage as they play the 18th. And So is away, just a few yards behind Yu's tee shot, Roger.
And 182 she'll have left to the hole as the chimes continue to play.
I remember in her 72nd hole that So played, the chimes came right in her backswing when she had 192 up to the green, and she drilled it up there.
Right at impact.
And we asked her about it earlier today when she came up to visit us in the booth, and she said, I didn't even notice it. I've heard them all week long. I've just kind of learned to deal with that sound.
Definitely needs a birdie.
Yeah, and some help from you.
Yeah, if she can knock it in stiff, you know, maybe you will fold a titch.
Stranger things have happened. 30th ranked player in the world.
Sort of a low, thin fade.
This is a little left of the hole. I don't think it'll catch the ball. It's going to go to the back.
Runs too hot all the way to the back.
That is a quick, tough putt there. Right off a cliff. Got it a little thin.
Chimes crank up again for you, who just hit her 14th consecutive fairway in this championship.
179 left. Again, I think having played this hole earlier today, a big advantage in feel for distance.
One more club, Roger. It's a 5-iron.
Probably right at the tower with a little fade again.
Good contact. This just left of the hole.
Wow.
Beauty.
This is a player right here. This is a first-class, world-class player.
And that has just about wrapped it up for 21-year-old Soo-Yun Yu. Tied for 25th last year in her very first U.S. Women's Open.
She's ranked 40th in the world right now. That is about to change in a big way.
Yu at one point in the third round of this championship was 8 shots back. Total afterthought. +3 after the 8th hole. She played her final 28 holes in regulation in 6 under.
And you can see the impact of and the magnitude of winning this championship is just sinking in. You could see her countenance like, oh my gosh, I am going to win the U.S. Women's Open.
Came in here where her only goal was to finish in the top 10, be able to play next year. I think she's going to be able to play for a guaranteed 10 more years as a champion.
So now the question will be, how quickly will she come over here to the United States and become a member of the LPGA Tour? Still in her junior year at Yonsei University in Korea, lives with her parents.
She will have the same decisions to make that Jie Shin did, that her opponent here had to kind of weigh and figure out what you really owe your people back home, your sponsors, schooling.
Her world is about to change. Well, the odds were with Hee Kyung-soo this morning of winning this championship, but Yu birdied the 18th. She dodged Stanford. She dodged Kerr. Yu was the only player left and birdied the 18th on her to get into the playoff, and now Yu's going to win it.
You know, in Korea, this will be viewed as a double win, not just a single win. I really believe that, and this is a great moment for Korean golf, and what a future these two have in the game.
Yu at age 21 is going to be the 3rd youngest Women's Open champion. Again, behind fellow Koreans In-Bee Park, who won in 2008 as a teenager at 19, and Se-Ri Pak all the way back at Black Wolf Run at age 20.
Well, this is quite the fun putt, Roger.
Well, I think she'd be very hard-pressed to get this putt inside of So's putt. I really do. Once it gets over that ridge and starts heading downhill, this thing's pretty fast. Lightning.
Well, you'd have to think this just for style points, where Yu is.
You really have to be committed to pick out a spot right at the top of this ridge and really kind of kill it right there, and then just let gravity take over. Throw it up there, maybe it goes in.
It really doesn't have a huge break to the right as you might think. It's not a long ways from the fall line.
Gotta have this and hope for some crazy 3-putt from Yu.
Let's see how straight this putt is. Wiggled right and straightened out. This might go on the hole.
That is beautiful pace. Beautiful pace. Fabulous effort.
Well, she said that regardless of what happens, she could kind of put her head on the pillow knowing she gave it her absolute best.
There's
she
no
did.
doubt both these players on the map, and even though So's going to finish second, everybody knows who she is now here in the United States. They've known for a long time what a great player she is in Korea, and her career here in the LPGA Tour just beginning. A rookie.
Just that one shot on 17 did her in. The drive.
Yu not going to break the routine. What a way it's going to be to break through for your first win on the LPGA Tour. 7 wins on the KLPGA, but the biggest one of all.
This is blazingly fast and just a trickle to the right.
And she finished in style with a birdie. Two birdies in a row for you at the 18th, and now it is sunk in. She's a Women's Open champion. And there's the Korean contingent waiting to celebrate. One of their fellow countrywomen, and they know it's you now.
And her mom. Sherry Park right there.
It's pretty impressive. 3-4-3 in the playoff.
And birdied the 18th 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
3rd, 4th, and playoff.
Pretty good early record on the Women's Open. Tied for 25th last year. Champion in 2011. Let's go down to Kay Cockrell.
Thank you, Dan. I'm alongside Hee Kyung So. First of all, congratulations on your great play this week. How difficult was it for you to come out here today when yesterday everybody was trying to give you the trophy?
Oh, yeah. But nobody knows what's going to happen next. So I was just trying to prepare for today. But I did my best, and then Soyeon did a great job. So I'd like to congratulate to her, and I think I did my everything. Yeah.
I think just maybe one mistake, the drive at 17.
Well, I think the one mistake yesterday on 17th green, that's the one. Yeah, I think so.
What does this do for you and your confidence looking to the year coming up, the rest of the year?
Well, finally I could trust myself now, so I'm looking forward to next events in Evian and British. Like, we have lots of big tournaments in Europe and Asia, so I'm looking for next events, and I'll keep working for it. Yeah.
Well, your attitude and your game is beautiful, and you've won over a lot of fans here in the United States. Congratulations on your great play this week. Roger, over to you.
Thank you, Kay. Yeah. Congratulations, So Yoon Yu, U.S. Open champion. How does that sound?
Oh, unbelievable. Thanks for the God. Oh, and thanks for my sponsor, President Seung-Young Kim. And I won the KLPGA tournament 6 times, but no major. But I won the U.S. Women's Open, so I can't believe it.
What does it mean to you to have former U.S. Open champion Seri Pak and Yoon Hee Ji come out and watch you in the playoff? What does that mean to you?
When I was young, Seri is my hero. Seri is Korean, all the golf player hero. And Uni, I practiced with Uni in Australia, the winter training. So I'm really proud of it because my hero Seri Park and Uni and fighting for me, cheer up for me. So it is really big power,
Finally, from a golfing standpoint, you played those very same 3 holes earlier this morning. Do you think that was to your advantage in the playoff?
Yeah, sure. It is really good for me because all the pin position is same team ground, so same green speed. So it is really big benefit for me, It's huge benefit,
Well, congratulations on a fabulous win and great clutch playing.
Thank you.
Danny, back to you.
Thank you, Roger, and congratulations to So Yoon Yu. Lots of that soul sisterhood feeling here, especially in the playoff with all the support that she had in the end. It is Yu who takes it over her rival, both young players, both stars of the future, but the spotlight belongs solely on Yu for the moment. She's the champion. What a week, what a day, and what a performance at the 18th hole for Sun Yun Yu, who birdies it 3 times in a row. In the 3rd, in the final round to get into a playoff, and then in the playoff, and a hug with her mom. And the celebration certainly has been touched off in Korea as two Koreans battle it out, and both of them certainly have roads of stardom to the future. Dottie, your impressions on this week and the winner you here outlasting So?
Well, I think it took a lot just to get through this championship with the hours and hours of delay. And the quality of play that we saw down the stretch from this new champion was just amazing. To know that you have to perform on that 18th hole and get the job done. She went out and made 3 straight birdies. It's just amazing golf, period. And the attitude from both of them.
Yeah, I was very, very impressed with you to make that birdie on the 72nd hole, knowing she has to make that tough putt after the great iron shot, and then in the playoff to go 3-4-3. Nobody does that for a U.S. Women's Open.
And they were really kind of off the map here as far as golf goes in the United States, but everybody learned that they got game, and they are going to be around for a long time to come. Sun Yun Yu wins it in a playoff over Hee Kyung So.